some of the, I guess, trans activism is that it's kind of restrictive of my views and what I see as the truth.
No, I don't give a fuck. I say let fascists be a fascist.
Yeah, I mean, it does make me feel good. I know. Well, having the freedom of speech is not a fascist thing. You know.
Well, we are live.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Welcome one and all to the
everybody?
Minds of the Ecclesia panel. I am your host, Lethe Water Kai. And with me, I have two guests that have been interested in speaking to one another. So with me, I have Vivian Wolf, a.k.a. Queen of the Monsters, a.k.a. Mothra, and KungFuJoe. So go ahead and give yourself an intro, Viv.
Sure, yeah. Hey, I'm Viv. I'm a history graduate, anti-fascist, anarchist, general, leftist nutjob, cult researcher. I don't know. There's a few strings. What is it? Strings to my bow? Fuck, arrows in my quiver. Yeah, that's me. That's what I do. I talk about shit.
Awesome. And with us also, KungFuJoe, a man who needs no introduction in this space.
Well, you're gonna hear it anyway. But anyway, hey guys, Lethe, thank you for having me. I'm KungFuJoe. I am a fighting game enthusiast, mostly for older games like Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Third Strike. I guess I would be described as a paleo-conservative, Christian populist or Christian nationalist, whichever one you want to use. Big fan of Andrew Wilson and the Crucible Crusade. So it's me in a nutshell.
Awesome. So today we are going to have a conversation between Joe and Viv about pretty much LGBTQ versus Christianity.
I let him choose the topic, so it's whatever. I don't want to stray into any like dumb fuck Nazi bullshit about fucking the Jews controlling the world. I don't want to hear anything about the fucking I don't want to hear anything about the fucking 1350 or.
Look, we could talk about whatever you want to talk about.
You want to?
I heard
any other topic. I'm fine.
Yeah, no. Well, I'm I don't want to disrespect Lee's channel and the TOS, so I'll let you lead.
Let me lead.
Is there any? Well, I mean,
what were we?
I'm just saying, what was there?
Hey, I just said 1350 and the JQ are off limits. That's it. Go ham. Yeah, you wanted to do LGBT.
It's like LGBT.
Sorry? Is it me or did he just cut out?
Cut out a bit.
Is he just? Yeah. I think he's fucking gone.
Did he leave?
Ran away already. Debate 1. Get fucked.
And he's still here.
Another Christ out in the grave.
He's still in the room.
What about it? I mean, you kind of probably haven't.
There he is.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Testing. Am I back? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, no, I mean, my view is pretty straightforward. I am pro-humanity, so I think the human race is special and deserves to exist. And from what I see with the data we have and the history we have, Christianity seems to be the greatest vehicle for human achievement.
Okay.
And I think the type of propaganda pushed against it, like LGBT and trans type of propaganda, whether it be in government or
LGBT is anti-Christian propaganda, in your view.
If it's propaganda, the propaganda would be propaganda against Christianity effectively.
What?
Yeah, so being homosexuality is not a Christian virtue. It's considered a sin that we should avoid. And
by some Christians.
Yeah.
By most Christians.
What's that?
By most Christians, yeah. Not by all of them, but
by the real Christian, by the true Christians.
Oh, sure. Yeah, by the Christians that you think are the true Christians, as opposed
to
not what I
think.
The Christians who think that they're the true Christians. Yeah.
It's not a matter of what you think. There's a clear church history that we could follow back to the original church that was founded by the apostles, and that's the Eastern Orthodox Church. Yeah. So we have a clear record of history showing that we have one church that has not changed very much at all versus and I'm guessing you're referencing Protestant churches, which Protestantism is based in sola scriptura, which means that they just have been developed by their subjective interpretations of the Bible because they don't have a apostolic succession of a church authority to interpret that Bible for them. Yeah. So that's just it. I feel like it's not a matter of opinion. It's a matter of history and fact.
I mean, it's not really. Oh, geez. I don't want to go deep down into the fucking rabbit hole of arguing with you as to whether or not the Eastern Orthodox Church was actually founded by Christ's apostles. I'm fully aware that that's a core tenet of that particular sect of Christianity.
Well, it's history.
Yeah.
I mean that's mainstream history. It's not subjective history. That's mainstream history.
Again, but
well, it was your argument that it was your argument that most Christians believe that and some Christians don't. Well, those people can't be Christian.
Sure, they can.
Well, they could in a sense, but that belief would not make them Christian.
I mean, no, that belief doesn't make them Christian. What makes them Christian is believing in the risen Christ, having sacrificed himself for their sins. That's it.
What makes you Christian? No, not necessarily.
Christians. Yeah.
What? Well, if you accept what's called then
sects and splinter cults and all sorts, but they're all
that I explained it to you. That comes from sola scriptura, which is Protestants. They don't have a church authority.
I'm aware of sola scriptura. Nowhere in the Bible, none of Christ's apostles, Jesus himself, none of them said you must have an ecclesiastical class who interpret my words for you, right? In fact, Jesus was very much not about that. He was very much about preaching to the layperson. He did the whole fucking Sermon on the Mount, not to a group of fucking priests who were then to communicate his words out to the people, but to the poor, to the meek, to the fucking whatever, to the random rabble, and to anybody who would listen, right?
He specifically told Peter to go and build his church.
Yeah, Peter, go build my church. That's fine.
He did, and he told
what he didn't say was, Peter, interpret my words personally and be the only arbiter of what is true and just in the land.
No. The church's purpose. The church's purpose is to join heaven and earth. That's the portal between heaven and earth is the church. That's what it serves as. And to be a person who is like a shepherd of that church, you must be educated and taught the ways, of the church, so that you could have the knowledge to run that church and teach your teach your attendees, accurately.
Yeah, I mean that's why you've got the Bible, right? Everybody can read it. Everybody can see what it is that Jesus said.
Well, the Bible is a liturgical book. It wasn't meant for the layperson. It's good for the layperson to read the Bible, but it was never meant to be read alone by the layperson. They're always supposed to have a church authority, somebody who was
Interpreting the Bible for them.
well educated in interpreting the Bible, because it is hard for the layperson to read. It does take further study to fully understand the Bible.
I mean,
That's
it's hard for the
why
layperson to read generally because the layperson couldn't fucking read. But like,
that's another reason why.
once the layperson on average could read, like it's
Right.
not a hard book. It's pretty simple. A lot of it is extremely fucking boring. A lot of it is so and so begets so and so begets so and so, blah blah blah. Some of it is parables and stories, and then some of it is revelations.
Look,
that have been,
I'll tell. Well, we could make a deal here. I don't think we need to debate whether or not Christians believe that the act of sodomy is a sin.
I don't think we need to.
I believe that's.
Or not. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think we know that, right? I think we could. Well, would you say most?
I suppose it depends on what you mean by. I suppose it depends on what you mean by sodomy. I think everybody would agree that like rape is a sin. I think every single Christian would agree rape is a sin. But
just to be clear, of what we're talking about, I'm mostly only concerned with American politics, right? So, like, when I reference
sodomy, what is sodomy in American law?
Because I would say that in America, most Christians would say that sodomy is a sin. Do you agree or disagree?
Most American Christians would agree that sodomy is a sin, depending on what you mean by sodomy. Yes.
regardless
Regardless of
Hold on,
definition.
Joe. Let Viv Viv was making a point.
Regardless of definition, most would, yeah, sure. Whether you mean rape or consensual homosexual sex between two men.
There are at least like 6 different verses in the Bible that tell you that homosexual sex is indeed a sin and an abomination.
Sure, to a certain extent.
Yeah, I could read them for you. It's extremely boring.
I mean, we could. Yeah, sure. Maybe you could read them in the original Greek. We could do that, and then we could try and work out what each word means, and we could discount like 4 or 5 of them and be left with Leviticus. But whatever, sure. The Bible.
Was bilingual.
The Bible, as you read and interpret it, has 5 or 6 verses that forbid homosexuality.
Okay, but just to be clear, that might work for some Protestants, but for the Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox, that would not. Sure. That's not going to fly. Right?
I don't dispute that. I don't care whether it flies. I'm just saying that different people have different interpretations of God's word. Different Christian sects exist, and they're all fucking Christian. Like.
Okay. Look, we can look at the
that you don't agree with, that you're like, they're not true Christians. I'm the only true Christian. I'm sure they'd say the same fucking thing about you.
We could get into that, and then we would have to look at objective history, and they would have to contend with that, now wouldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, they would ask you what the word arsena coitai means, for example, right?
Look, I mean, there's all kinds of. I could give you clear reasons why it would be easy to disagree with, let's say, the Catholic Church, or even some Protestant churches that have women as clergy. We know that
you can disagree with all of them. Yeah,
we disagree with them on.
Why would I, as a person who's not Christian?
Well, I'm just
distinguishing between you as to who's the true Christian.
So look. Let me just I'm just trying to show you the landscape I'm trying to lay out for you here, because we're having a conversation. No,
I understand the landscape. The landscape so far that you've laid out is you in the Greek Orthodox, and what was the other church you said?
The Catholics.
These are the true Christians, right? And
they're truer because
they don't like the gay. Other people might like the gay. They're not true Christians. Therefore,
Act. It's specifically the act,
therefore-
not the people.
therefore, liking the gay is anti-Christian propaganda. Have I got you down so far?
No, not quite. No, so
All right.
a few things there. So have you ever heard the saying, you know, it's very popular in Christianity, you love the sinner but you hate the sin?
Sure, I've never seen it actually practiced, but I've heard people say it when they're trying to avoid being reprimanded for being cunts to gay people.
Sure, but I mean that's kind of
actually, that's wrong. I have seen them practice it. I've seen them practice it all the time in every church, from Orthodox to Protestant to Methodist to Catholic, when they're defending pedophiles. I've seen that. Hate the sin, don't hate the sinner. You know, I've seen that when they're defending members of their own. Absolutely, yeah. No, I have seen that. But when they're engaging in hate towards other people, hate the sin, not the sinner, just seems to be a cop out for like, oh, I'm not treating them badly because I hate them. I'm treating them badly because I hate their sin.
So here's the thing. Like, I'll agree with you that humans we all have the capacity to be shitty and treat each other shittily, right? But that's really what they call a genetic fallacy. So it's kind of like if my 6-year-old tries to play Beethoven and it sounds terrible, and then you say, God, Beethoven sucks. You know, it's like that's the fallacy, right? So it's not like people acting.
Can you explain that to me again? What is a genetic fallacy?
The genetic fallacy is you're using a person that says they're a Christian acting shitty as an example of Christianity being shitty.
That's not a genetic fallacy. That
is a genetic fallacy.
That would be a fallacy of generalization. Genetic fallacy.
Look it up.
A genetic fallacy is to say that the origin of a claim dictates whether or not it's true.
No, look it up. If you looked it up right now, it'll tell you exactly what I said.
Sure.
Yeah.
The genetic fallacy is a logical fallacy where an argument or claim is dismissed or accepted solely based on its origin. What I just said, right?
So the origin here would be the person, the person acting shittily. Yeah, but what we're talking. So what is the origin of your thesis? Is what is the Christian acting like an asshole, right?
No. My thesis, quote unquote, right? All I said was I've seen Christians use the term hate the sin, not the sinner, either when they're trying to avoid accountability for treating gay people like shit, or when they're protecting pedophiles within their ranks. That's what I said. I made no generalization.
Right. So because I
made no genetic fallacy, I dismissed no claim based on its origin.
No. It's not that way. It's kind of like
I see.
Nazi, the Nazi drank water, right? So
I
water.
don't care to argue with you about the definition of various fallacies, but I do think if you're going to try and accuse me of a fallacy, you should probably know what the fallacy is.
Well, I just explained it to you. I just gave. Yeah, you're looking at it one way. I'm showing you the other way.
Oh,
which
right.
is that
the alternate facts. I got you.
The what?
So the alternative facts. It's fine. I'm happy to use your definitions for the sake.
It's not alternative. No, it's not alternative facts. It's simply that.
What is a genetic fallacy again?
Do you attribute the shitty behavior of some people to the faith of Christianity? So it's like if somebody give me an example of something messed up that a Christian did. So you're saying defending some a P word a PDF file, right?
Wait,
sending them
pedophile here? Kai?
No, I said PDF. I said PDF
No, I'm just saying
we can. But I believe you can say it without any issues.
Yeah.
No, I say PDF file. The one that you send over an email.
unless you actually have to for like terms of service or something. It's simply
Well, I just don't
trivialized as
know.
the issue. Pedophilia is
Okay.
disgusting and harms many children. I'd much rather you just say pedophile.
I get it.
Honestly,
No, no,
I
I
mean,
don't.
again,
Well,
free
I
speech.
don't
You can say whatever
because
you like, but it does
there.
sound a bit fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I could name you one small little cashew-shaped country where pedophiles will flee from this one and go to that one, and they'll keep them safe. So, like
Cashew-shaped country?
pedophiles.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, you don't have to read too deep into
Florida?
that, but
Yeah, where's
a
the
country.
cashew-shaped country? Which country is that?
We don't have to go. Look, listen. We don't have to go down that route.
I genuinely don't know which country you're
It's
talking about.
the one you
Shaped
asked me
country?
not to talk about.
What? I didn't ask you not to talk about a country.
Well,
Yeah, I think Leith got it.
I get it, but
Yeah, I still have no idea. Maybe I'm being
Look at it.
Explain it to me, Lethy. Which country you're
there are
talking about? Here?
specific people that we decided we weren't going to talk about today, and he's mentioning the country which these people come from.
I see.
Yeah.
We don't,
So
didn't get too far into the conversation before you started intimating that Jews are protecting pedophiles.
Well,
yeah,
you brought up who's protecting pedophiles.
I brought up pedophiles, and you went Jews. Brilliant. Okay, that's fine.
Well,
Carry on.
You just you had to.
Fine.
It's kind of like we were.
I'm sad you couldn't 100% keep to the terms, but I'm not wholly surprised.
Look, okay, we each had our swords out, and then you pulled a gun, so I had to pull a gun. So that's just
What gun did I pull out? Sorry,
look, you pulled out the PDF files.
Sorry, is the Catholic Church pedophile scandal? Is that me pulling out some kind of like insane gun that like is what is that? It's like a well-known fucking scandal.
It's not something that I'm going to defend because I'm not a Catholic. So
okay, good. Well, I don't understand why I don't understand why that warrants you starting to accuse.
I just think it's a wash.
It's
a wash? Because it's in a way because
pedophilia
it's like
a wash. Isn't it fucking disgusting? Even if it happens on
it is
two different
disgusting.
Groups.
I'm not
pretty sure it happens in every fucking country in the world. But
sure, you're not. Yeah,
we were talking about hate the sin, not the sinner, right?
Right.
That's what we were talking about. And you were asking me, like, have I heard of that Christians using that phrase? And I said, yes, I have. I've seen them use it to defend their actions when they're being horrible to gay people, and I've seen when they're defending pedophiles among their ranks. Those are the two times I've seen them.
I hear you. I hear you. Okay. Yeah. All right. I know that. I know.
Sometimes
I get
defending adulterers too.
I know.
Adulterers,
I know that. Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Yeah, that sort of thing. Okay, so the point of that question was the reason why I asked you that is because that is the Christian perspective. Like you're talking to me, right? So this is my perspective that you're going to have to contend with.
Yeah, sure. I'm contending.
Which is
I completely accept it.
Sure, but
I've already laid it out. I've already laid it out for you, right? You're the true Christians. Other Christians aren't the true Christians. Some Christians accept gay people. Those people are definitely not true Christians. And gayness and accepting the gay.
Well, see, you could bring up other people all you want, but at the end of the day, it's me that you're having to contend worldviews with. So
I'm talking about your views of other people, right?
Well, you don't know my views of other people. I've never given them to you.
I mean, you have. I've just recounted them.
I haven't.
To you. There are some people who call themselves Christian who are not actually true Christians, partially because they're not part of the Eastern Orthodox Church, but also because some of them accept the gay, and accepting the gay is anti-Christian. Yeah, those are the views as you've recounted.
Well, you're missing out the conversation. You're missing out the historical reason, but other than that.
The historical reason you gave me is because there are, according to you, 5 or 6 passages in the Bible which explicitly forbid homosexuality.
Well, no, the historical reason that's just the that's just from the scripture. But the historical reason I gave you why we're what you would call the true Christians is because we never schismed from the main body.
What do you mean? What I would call the true Christians? I think you're all Christians. I don't care about any.
Yeah, I get that, but
that's
that's
a follower
just
of Christ. If you're a part of the Christian religion, whatever.
That's just part of your like. Okay, look. If you can, if you
genealogy, right? You wanted to talk about the genetic fallacy earlier. Let's talk about genealogy in general, right? You have the father church, the church set up by Peter and was it Paul? You have that church, right? And that church, there's more churches.
All the apostles.
Yeah. And then there's more churches, right? And then some of those churches go, actually, we think this, and some of those other churches go, actually, we think this, and they have other.
There's not. That's not actually have. I mean, they will have they're very tiny differences. Like I can go to my local Orthodox
very
church,
tiny differences
and it's
in the beginning, and then over time, those differences widen and widen until you have everything from Charles Manson to the Moonies to you. Yeah.
Look, I'm just giving you a very basic, like concise history of church history, which is there used to only be one church until the schism in 1054, when the Roman Catholics split from the Eastern Orthodox by basically declaring a pope, and a few other things.
I mean, only one recognized church, but like a whole bunch of other sort of like Christian sects, right? With
there was only one
disagreements with each other.
They agreed on the Nicene Creed, so that's like three. I'm forgetting the exact number, but it's in the 300, AD-ish era, and then after adopting that, there was, for 1,000 years, there was only one church until the Roman Catholics, basically adopted the papacy, which was seen as a heresy, among other things. And that became the schism. After that, you have Martin Luther, which was the beginning of the Protestants. He was the Protestant thought leader who split off from, I believe, the Catholic Church. And he began, Protestantism. And from that, that Sola Scriptura splintered into a bunch of different denominations. And that's why you have so many. They're all Protestant. So I'm just giving you a basic breakdown of church history, and the church that has changed the least historically, you could check this for yourself, is the Eastern Orthodox Church. That is the most unchanged church on earth.
Sure, maybe.
Right. So that's I'm just giving you my judgment of homosexuality through that lens. I'm just giving you that. Yeah.
I mean, nothing you've said have I disputed apart from.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
I find it difficult. I find it very difficult to believe that there would only be like one church and one doctrine for 1,000 or so years. There would definitely have been little splinter cults all over the fucking shop. But whatever, the major branch of the church. Sure, that's the Eastern.
I'm just saying that there's one church on earth that has changed the least out of all of them. And it has a name, and that's the Eastern Orthodox. That's all I'm saying.
Sure, yeah, the Church of the Byzantine Empire.
But despite that, I mean, we're America. We're made up of a bunch of different sects. There's a lot of Protestants, a lot of Catholics here, but most of them, I would say,
wild ass Christians in the United States.
Yeah, there's a lot of wild Christians in the South.
I mentioned Charles Manson and the Moonies earlier.
That guy's pretty weird. Yeah. But so here's the thing. In a majority Christian nation, which this definitely is, like, why should we allow LGBTQ propaganda?
I mean, you're a majority Christian nation, right?
Yeah.
on the decline, but still majority Christian as far as I know.
I would say we're on the decline because
Christianity is declining in every fucking modern secularized nation, right? Or sorry, every modern developed nation.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
I'm sure there will be a significant resurgence just as soon as Jesus Christ comes back with his sword to fight.
It's not that. It's not that. I'll give you a very real, easy reason why there's going to be a resurgence, and that's because, you guys who are secular don't replace yourselves. You don't give enough birth. You don't birth enough children to keep that secular movement going. And we do. Yeah, we have the superior birth rate, and all we got to do is wait.
Well, that would work if your children weren't deconverting. Because that's the thing, right? Like that's one of the things I love pointing out to people who say, "Oh, trans people can't keep growing in population." We got your kids. We don't need our own. Your kids are deconverting at record fucking rates.
Well, here's the thing. That's why we want to get rid of LGBTQ propaganda so that you don't get our kids. What's wrong with that? What would be wrong with us exercising our power to do that? You believe in democracy, don't you?
I do. I believe in democracy. I believe in autonomy, right? And what is wrong with that is that you would be exercising authoritarian
Those seem contradictory, don't they?
Children's lives.
Hold on. Democracy and autonomy seem a little contradictory, don't they?
No.
No, really? Can I not vote against your? Can we not democratically vote against your autonomy?
Oh yeah, but like American democracy.
Yeah, that seems contradictory.
Yeah, American democracy is intensely flawed, and democracy that operates by plurality. And you asked whether I believed in democracy. You didn't ask whether I believed in American democracy. American democracy is fucked. American democracy is borderline authoritarian. There's nothing democratic about enforcing.
No, yes, there is, because you're only talking about the presidential election. Our local elections are still pure democracy.
I'm talking, as I mentioned before, about democracy by plurality, one of the most popular democratic systems in the world, being fundamentally flawed in the way that you mentioned earlier, in that it allows the majority to exercise tyranny over minorities. Yeah, no, I mean, it is fundamentally flawed. There are much better ways to do democracy.
Yeah, I don't know.
But democracy
seems to have a very...
Democracy is the ultimate expression of autonomy, because it's the right for each person to have a say in how they are governed, right? That's
not exactly, because like I just demonstrated earlier, you can vote against somebody else's autonomy.
Yes, of course you can. Yeah. And maybe you're not following the conversation, but I did say that kind of democracy has a flaw in that it doesn't achieve its goals, right? In that it doesn't do the thing that democracy is supposed to do, which is to give people a right to have a say in how they are governed, because it allows a tyranny of the majority over minorities.
Right? Okay, hold on. So let me see if I'm getting this straight. So the democracy that elects our local officials is fucked, and the democracy
I didn't
that
say
elects
it was fucked. It's definitely better than straight up authoritarianism. I just said that it has a flaw which you have identified, and that there may be better ways of doing it. Just because something is not perfect doesn't mean it's utterly fucked, right?
Okay, so what would you replace it with?
There are numerous different... I mean, do you want to have a conversation about democracy? Because this could potentially end up taking a while.
I'm just asking you.
Keep on going on about the gays.
Right. I think it's important. Maybe you're right, because I think it's more important to engage with the system we have, and for better or worse, that is the system we have, and it's the system we're agreeing upon.
You're a democratic republic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, democratic republic, which is fine with me.
With an executive. Yeah.
That's fine. And I'm saying within this is the arena in which LGBTQ has to do battle in, right?
Yep.
So what I'm asking you is, how do you gain influence? Yeah, that is the topic, right? I'm interested in United States politics.
How do we gain influence? We convince people that it is. I mean, it's a fundamental American principle, for example, right? That people are entitled to freedom to pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's the founding principle of the Declaration of fucking Independence, is it not?
Sure, but
Like,
our
is the
system
Declaration of Independence that quite? I'm British, okay? So if I fuck up with these American things, you're gonna have to forgive me. I probably still know more about the American system than the average American, but I'm not perfect.
Great. No, yeah,
but yeah, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's a fundamental, foundational American principle, is it not?
Yeah,
is
it
that
is.
not something that the majority of Americans believe in? Well, then how are we going to do battle in this particular arena? We just convince people that people should be able to do whatever the fuck they want as long as it's not harming other people, which I feel like the majority of Americans kind of agree with, even the Christians.
On. No, that's not. I definitely not, and I can demonstrate to you what you just said is definitely rejected by most Christians. So just doing whatever the fuck you want as long as nobody gets hurt, right?
Sure, as long as it doesn't hurt other people.
Nobody doesn't harm anyone, doesn't restrict their freedom, right?
Sure, as long as it doesn't hurt other people. Yeah.
So that system is still very fucked by Christian standards because, what if you just made a child sex doll and you sold it to PDF files? Nobody's getting hurt, right? So why ought you not have that in your society?
I mean, I think it's pretty fucking disgusting. I don't know.
Yeah, so what?
I don't know that it's illegal in the United States. It might be, it might not be. I can imagine different countries would have different laws surrounding something like that, like they do about drawn child pornography or whatever. But yeah, I mean, if it's not hurting anybody, then I think it should probably be at least legal. It should be socially discouraged.
There you have it, folks. There you have it, folks. Secularism allows child sex dolls. Let's go down the line. So
I mean, okay.
How about?
But wait, hang on a fucking second. Right? I mean, you're operating currently by just going, hey, here's this thing that you find utterly disgusting and reprehensible, right? And I also find it pretty disgusting and reprehensible. Okay.
You told me at the beginning of this conversation and you went in on PDF files who are getting saved by the Catholics and stuff like that. And I'm like, all right, let's go right down that avenue. And now you're seeming a little more soft on it. Yeah.
Soft on what? I literally just said I find pedophiles disgusting and reprehensible.
Yeah, and why shouldn't there be any like a law against it or something? Like what
there are laws against it. I absolutely believe there should be laws against pedophilia.
In this Christian country, we most definitely have laws against pedophilia, and so. And I'm
not against that. Obviously, you should have laws against pedophilia. Children should be protected.
Because this country was. That's because this is a majority Christian nation, and that was built by Christians, people who wrote God into their papers and said that it was a Christian nation. And one of I have to find exactly what the saying is, but it says that this Constitution was written for a Christian moral populace.
Okay,
and that's what they had in mind. So yes, of course. The culture.
I don't really care.
Here, look. I'll real easy, right?
You're the one who cares what a bunch of crusty old fucking white dudes wrote like a couple of 100 years ago. I'm simply saying that it's very easy to appeal to the vast majority of Christians by saying that we should allow people to be free to make their own decisions as long as it doesn't hurt.
But you just said, look, Vivian, you just gave me. We should just have a society where you let everybody do whatever the fuck you want as long as it doesn't hurt anybody,
as it
kill
doesn't hurt
anybody, or
other
restrict
people,
their
yeah.
freedoms. Yeah, and I just gave you a very clear scenario.
A clear
where you could
example
have-
of something that I
where you
find
could have-
disgusting and reprehensible,
But it
but
would.
that should possibly be legal unless you can prove some kind of harm to other people.
Yeah, exactly. So in your world, in your preferred society, it would have to be legal now, wouldn't it?
Sure, unless you can show me some research that it
Yes, exactly.
does actual harm. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's fucking disgusting.
there's a lot of things I find fucking disgusting and reprehensible. Right?
Yeah, but you're
That I
gonna
don't- I
you're gonna
don't
let it
think should
ride.
that I don't think should be illegal, right? That
Oh,
should be
good.
broadly that should be very much social.
Well, there you go.
Wait, Joe.
There you go.
Right?
I don't have to I don't
Listen to
have to
what Viv is saying.
sacrifice that in my world.
Listen to what Viv is saying.
Okay. Well, you live in a country with a significant amount of people with extremely different views from you, right? I find your views disgusting and reprehensible, right?
Oh, okay.
But I do believe in the principles of freedom of speech, right? I do believe in the principle of freedom to worship as you feel fit, right? I do believe in the principle that as long as you are not harming others, which sometimes I'm sure you do, but other times, right? I do believe that as long as you're not harming others, you have the right to practice your religion in any way you see fit. You have the right to express whatever fucking views you see fit, right? As disgusting and reprehensible as I find them, I believe you have the right to fuck anybody you want as long as they're consenting and above the age of consent. I believe that you have the right to...
Hold on, can I test that? Can I test that really quick?
What?
That last one you just said, I believe you could fuck anybody you want as long as, say that again?
As long as they're consenting and above the age of consent.
Okay, so a 65-year-old dad and a 19-year-old daughter.
65-year-old dad and a 19-year-old daughter?
Yeah, they're consenting, right? They're having incest. It's fine, right? She's above age. They're both consenting adults, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the power relationship there probably forbids it. So, sure, there are nuances to these things. Well, he's a fucking father, dude.
Listen to me. Listen. It's your statement. It's your statement, Viv. You said
there is no way in this relationship to establish free consent. There is no way.
Wait a minute.
It's impossible.
The
power relations between father and daughter, much as the same as the power relations between police officer and fucking captive, right?
But that's
prisoner, That is exactly what I said. I said as long as they are consenting, and in order for you to say
adults, right?
And in order for you to say that people are consenting, you have to be able to establish ability to consent. You cannot establish ability to consent in a relationship where the power is so imbalanced. That's why those kinds of sexual relationships should not be allowed. I don't know why you're giggling. What do you think is the imbalance in power between a father and a daughter?
Okay, how about if it's her uncle, her 40-year-old uncle?
What do you think is the power imbalance between an uncle and a niece?
Wait,
are you seriously asking me these questions right now, or are you?
I just don't understand. I'm trying to understand your logic here, and I can't. I'm struggling.
I'm trying to see if you understand consent, right? Because it seems to me,
as far as I know,
a child can consent to have sex with their parent.
Hold on, what's the age of consent in America? In most states,
off the top of my head, is it 18?
It ranges.
18.
I know. There's 18. A whole bunch of Christians who keep fucking arguing for it to stay at 14.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said most of the states.
But
yeah.
But in most states it's 18, right? Yeah, sure.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
So as long as where are you? Who's the judge of whether or not that 19-year-old girl gets to consent? You?
No, obviously it would be the fucking legal system, and the legal system should.
Hold on.
Yes, because we're talking about
I'm
laws,
just trying to.
right?
Okay, listen.
That's what
I
you were
don't mean-
talking about. You want to talk about laws? We were talking about laws. We were
What
talking about
law?
whether
There's
things.
no law here. Yeah, but the law here.
No,
that would
I
stop
understand
that-
the law here. The law here would allow the law in the United States might allow some things that I find disgusting and also think should be
Oh my
illegal.
goodness!
It might allow some things. What?
I just
okay.
don't get this logic.
The law as it should be. You're asking me about the law as it should be, and now you're arguing, and now you're trying to use the law as it is as an argument against what I think the law should be, which is ridiculous.
Okay. I'm confused.
Let's try this again. I know you are. It's a very confusing topic. You're attempting to fucking shoehorn in
I didn't shoehorn in anything.
Incest and
I'm
everything
going
at any point.
directly.
However,
I am listening to your words and interpreting them right back to you. And it's like it's as soon you say something, and as soon as I say it back to you, you say no.
It's a wonder people don't trust you to interpret the Bible. Anyway, right?
No, that's the opposite. My church.
The very simple part. I can recount this argument exactly. Even if you're a little confused and lost, I can bring you back to where we were. Okay? You asked me if I thought that incest between a father and a daughter, provided they are both of legal age, should be allowed, right? Because I had previously said you can fuck whoever you want, provided you're both consenting adults, right? And I replied to that by saying that there is no way to establish whether or not the person can consent, right? Which is, by the way, one of the reasons we have the age of consent, one of the reasons we have laws against teachers fucking students in some states, not in all of them, why we have laws against prison wardens fucking inmates, etc., 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 right? Because the power relations, when so imbalanced, make it impossible to establish consent. And that is why
this is such a red herring. This is not,
and that is why,
wasn't finished yet.
Just
and that
filibustering.
Is why, in response to your question, there is no filibustering. In response to your question, that is why I said you cannot establish whether or not the daughter can consent to have sex with her father, and therefore it should not be legal. And it doesn't contradict my previous statement of consenting adults ought legally be allowed to fuck whoever they want.
Okay, then I have a question. Okay, because look, I don't mean to continuously cut you off. It's just that I ask you a question, you answer it, and then I can't wrap my head around that answer. So I need to answer a follow-up clarifying question. So I'm just trying to tell you, I'm not intentionally trying.
So I explained it very clearly for you there, right?
Okay,
so
but I still
understand where we are in the conversation.
No, I don't. I'm going to give it to you. I'm still confused. Okay. So, can a 19-year-old date a 45-year-old man? Legally in the United States? Legally in the United States right now. Yeah.
Legally, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying in your potential...
It is dependent on circumstance. There are circumstances in which that would be illegal. But broadly, yes.
Well... I haven't seen any of those.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Whatever.
Well, I mean, I can tell you some of them. I mean, we listed some earlier, right?
As long as she's mentally not retarded, I think it's
Okay. I mean, that's one example, right?
Yeah,
so you do know one example. Okay. Also, if it's an inmate in a prison.
I'm just talking about in general. Just in general.
Just in general. Yeah. No.
Just in general. I don't care about the edge cases.
There are some exceptions.
Yeah. I don't care about the edge cases.
That's all I said. All I said was in generality.
Sure, thank you, Jenny.
Sure, fine.
Okay.
Sure, that's fine.
Appreciate
but look, I'm just trying to. So you're saying in your ideal world, how would your ideal legal system of consent work? Because it's kind of confusing.
Oh, I mean, I thought I laid it out really clearly. People should be able to do whatever they want with other consenting adults.
Okay, so then I just gave you the okay. So right now, legally, a a 19-year-old woman can date a 45-year-old man, but
Yeah.
you reject, and you said yeah, but if that 45-year-old man is her uncle, you'd say
Yeah.
no. Why? In
Because
your
there's no-
world, in your
Because,
world, Rick is
because as I've repeated over and over again, there is no way to establish consent.
the consent is her age. She's the age of consent, so she's allowed to make that choice.
No.
No.
No. I mean, you gave me
Oh,
an example
no.
of where you gave.
Wait.
You understand, right? You understand because you gave me an example of where the person has some sort of mental disability, right? Where that isn't.
I'm
the
saying
case,
in general.
right?
Oh my god!
So-
Why do I have to restate? In general,
No, you don't have to restate anything. What I'm saying is, you understand the basic principle that there are situations in which the ability to consent cannot be established, right?
I
don't
care about the edge cases, Viv. That's what I was trying to.
Okay, then stop asking me about edge cases.
I'm not. I'm saying in general.
In general, a niece
in
fucking
general,
an
can
uncle, that
all-
is an edge case.
No, let's say if they all decided to do it because you changed the
So
rules
great.
of society. Let's say you change. You have to engage with the hypothetical. You change the rules to your system where if you just have consent and you're
It's not
you're
just
both
my system. It's
consenting
pretty
adults.
much. It's pretty much the
No.
system that exists in the United States
No,
now.
because we don't allow incest here. So anyway,
I mean,
in
in
your
some
system,
states you do.
would.
In some
Okay,
states you
look.
do, and how many times removed, how many relations
In your
removed.
system, look. Let's say if you could find, you can't establish consent in any relationship, really. Like, I mean, let's say if you did. Let's say if you 100% knew that this 19-year-old was fully capable of consenting. She was perfectly mentally there, except for the corny part about her wanting to be with her father or her uncle, right? And in that world, you would have to let it rock.
So
No, I wouldn't, because like I
Only
said,
just because
real
they
quick,
gave you the
real
ick,
quick,
because
for the
it gives you
record,
the ick.
in the United States, in New Jersey and Rhode Island, there's no
Uh-huh.
criminal prosecution for incest if you're 18 or 16.
yeah,
Oh, that's fucked.
Just let
it
you
is
know.
fucked. Yeah.
Yep, I'm glad
So-
that's only 2 states.
So I already stated this. This shouldn't be hard to get your fucking head around, okay? So and please try
got more.
try not to lose your shit again, okay? But I'm
Sure.
gonna repeat this for you so that you can, because I feel like
Concisely,
you understand.
please.
I feel like you understand the basic principle that if consent cannot be established, they shouldn't be able to
Sure.
fuck, right?
Yeah,
You understand
I get.
that?
I totally.
You understand that
yeah,
basic
we
principle?
don't disagree about that. That's neither here nor
Right.
there.
So, in a relationship,
There's no need to
in
bring
which
that
there
up.
is- I think there is, but in a relationship
No.
in which there is a huge
It's red
power in-
herring.
I asked you to try. Just try. It's okay.
Look,
Just
I
take
already
a
agree
breath.
with you. You don't have to walk me down this again. I already agree with you. It's just
Okay,
not what we're
But you
talking
keep,
about.
but you keep asking me the same question, so you clearly don't.
I'm not. We're over
understand.
that. I'll ask you a new question. Okay.
All right,
We'll let the
okay.
audience. We'll let the audience decide where that falls. I'll ask you another one. Okay. What if
Sure,
somebody wanted to have intercourse with their dog, or slather peanut butter all over their genitals every night? Like, what would be wrong with that
Can
in
the
your
animal-
system?
Can we establish consent? How do
Do
we
you-
do
do-
that
are
with an
you-
animal?
Are you a vegetarian?
No.
Okay, so does the animal that you eat consent to you killing and eating it? Well, I'm not.
No.
You don't kill it, but you eat it.
No, I think vegetarians generally have a pretty good argument, and I think I'm probably immoral for eating meat. But damn if I don't
Oh, I
like steak.
see. Okay, so meat eaters are outlawed in your system too. Got it.
No,
No. Okay, so then bestiality would have to be allowed.
no,
Why not?
because there are purposes other than
Your
pure
preference?
pleasure. No, there are purposes other
Your
than pure
preference?
pleasure for eating animals.
So what? So what? You want to do it
for
because,
sustenance?
so what? First, it's sustenance. Let's say the bestiality
So
guy.
I don't believe in. I don't think that. I would like to ban factory farming, for example, right?
Sure.
Because I think unless we could do it in a much more ethical way than we do currently.
Okay, this is another red herring because at the end of the day, we're still killing and eating.
This is not a red herring. I'm just explaining to you that. I'm explaining to you the difference.
I'll explain why, Viv. I'll explain why.
You asked me a question.
You have to let Viv answer the question if you ask a question.
It's always me having to let Viv talk. It's never
because
Viv having to let me.
Because you're the one
because
asking the
red
question
herring,
and
and I'm trying to demonstrate why.
Answer. It's not a red herring.
No, it's not. You're not answering my question because it has nothing to do. Look,
you're asking me what is the difference between fucking an animal and eating an animal? Killing an animal.
No, I'm saying there's no consent.
What's the difference?
There's no consent in either. There's
You're
no
absolutely
consent
correct.
either.
There is
If
no
you
consent
would like
in
to
either
get
case.
the answer, let Vivian answer.
Okay, go ahead. Give me your sunny pastures portrait of a perfect life of an animal before you kill it, making it more moral than if you just factory farmed it. Go ahead.
No, I'm not describing how the animal should be fucking treated prior to being killed. I'm saying that I wish we treated animals better because I don't want to see unnecessary suffering, right? And I think that animals are capable of suffering. And I think that a lot of the suffering that goes on within the industry is unnecessary, right? However, in order to be able to eat them, we do have to kill them. And eating provides benefits other than purely pleasure. It provides sustenance, whereas fucking provides only pleasure, right? Therefore, I see a necessity, right? Or at least a utility beyond pleasure to eating the animal.
Thank you, Jenny. Appreciate the bits.
So, but that still doesn't give me a moral argument as to why they can't commit bestiality because
admitted that it's immoral to eat animals.
Yeah, no, she's okay. So you're saying it's immoral.
I think vegetarians are probably right, and it's probably immoral to eat animals. However, I also said earlier that not everything that I think is immoral ought to be illegal, right? I think a lot of the things that you say and do are immoral,
so you're just making my argument for me.
Illegal, right?
You're making my argument for me.
However, when we're talking about issues of sex, right, I believe that consent is important. And so, in the issue of having sex with an animal cannot fucking consent. Therefore, you shouldn't be fucking. Okay, make it illegal.
I'm gonna repeat what you're telling me. Right back to you. I'm gonna repeat it right back to you. So the argument you're giving me is that eating animals is immoral, but it keeps me alive, so I can do it.
Because there are ethical. Ethical ways to kill
it was my turn. I let you talk. It was my turn.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Sure. It was my turn. Okay, I did begin to talk. I wasn't finished talking. Okay. But anyway, you're saying it's immoral, but so is having sex with it. So they're both immoral. Who are you to as doing one immoral act? Who are you to tell the other person doing a moral act that they're more wrong than you?
I've already said that I think that eating animals is immoral.
It doesn't matter what you think. You already said that you're eating animals is immoral. Having sex with animals is immoral. How is that person?
I think there are moral ways to eat animals.
Yeah, I believe so too. I don't subscribe to that.
No, I know
view.
I know you believe so too. But
you're inconsistent. I don't have inconsistency in my worldview.
There is no inconsistency here.
You're not
sorry that you're
answering
finding
my
this
question.
conversation hard to follow. So
because you can't answer my question.
There are ethical ways to eat animals, right? In an
You're
ideal,
still taking its life without consent. You're taking its life.
We do, for example, have to engage in deer culls, otherwise we're going to have mass die-offs of other species, right? We do, for example, have animals that do just die of fucking natural causes and so on, right? Those animals that must be killed for the benefit of the environment and the ecosystem, animals that die naturally, those animals, I think they're probably moral to eat. I think that's fine.
You could hear
Eventually.
my eyes rolling right now. My eyes are
No, I
rolling
know.
so hard you
I
can
know.
hear that.
I know.
So we should
It's
go
fine.
back
Your argument
to
is
scraping
you
up
don't care about
roadkill off
animals.
the road. Like, hey, Jethro,
Well, I
I
think
found me a
broadly-
big one here.
I think
Just
broadly we
throw
should
this
probably
coon up in the back of the truck and take it. Yeah.
I think
Okay.
I think broadly we should probably move to a plant-based diet, and where we can get meat.
But that doesn't get me anywhere.
Where we can get
that doesn't.
meat, where we can get meat if we want to eat it, right? As long
Kill
as we
me.
can do it, as long as we can do it in an ethical way, then I'm okay with us doing that as well. But I also said
There's no
I would like
ethical
to-
way. There's no consent. There's no
Yes, there is.
consent. It doesn't matter how.
What are you talking about? It's entirely ethical to eat roadkill. Of course it is. Why is it not
Roadkill.
ethical to
Okay,
eat
you
roadkill?
cannot sustain the population of meat eaters on roadkill. I'm sorry.
True. That's why I said that we should
Yeah.
probably switch to a broadly plant-based diet.
Yeah, probably, but that's never gonna fucking happen now, is it?
I mean, it might do. I don't.
No, it's not gonna.
Fucking
That's
no.
fucking ridiculous. That's never gonna fucking happen. That you're way like pie in the sky now. I mean, that's just
I mean,
unrealistic.
and
it doesn't get me any closer to an answer from you, Viv. I've been answering. I don't know what is like the third time now.
Yeah.
How is it immoral if you admit that eating animals is immoral by your worldview? They're both immoral. So how are you going to outlaw one over the other when you're doing one of them? You're both violating consent.
because it is
You're
always
violating.
because it is always immoral to fuck an animal. It is only sometimes immoral
my
to eat
God.
an animal. So there are ways in which you can eat an animal which should be legal. I don't know why you're laughing. Is it because you're still
Okay.
confused? Like,
Oh my
I feel
God.
like I've
Okay,
explained
look,
this about 10 times.
This is
It's really, really
amazing.
simple.
So
simple.
sometimes it's moral. Okay, when
Yeah.
I reach into my fridge and I grab a drumstick and start gnawing on it, is it moral or immoral, Viv? Can you tell me?
Well, it's probably immoral.
How do you
because
know?
That drumstick has
It's immoral.
probably come from factory farming, in which
Ah,
animals suffer
fuck.
needlessly so that you can eat them.
Okay, how about this? How
I've
about
explained
okay,
this like 10 times. I don't know
No,
if
no,
you're
hold
fucking
on.
divvy or something.
So let's
like-
say this is making
But
no
like,
sense.
no, really, no, it's making perfect sense. Really, really simply, there are ethical ways to eat animals, which I outlined, right?
There's no consent. There's no. There's more way
You
to
don't
eat.
need,
No,
you
the
don't
animal's
need
like, no,
consent
don't kill
from an
me.
animal
You-
that has. You don't need
put
consent from an animal that has died of natural causes to eat it. I don't need consent from something that has become a corpse of natural causes.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I can't. Let's just move on.
I mean, you
Oh,
can
this
giggle.
is
You can
killing me.
giggle like a
I'm
fucking
sorry. I'm
buffoon all you
trying
like.
to
but-
stop. Hold on. I'm trying to stop. We can move on to another
Yeah,
question.
no,
we don't have
No,
to.
I understand. I understand it's confusing for you, but like you seem to think that
yeah.
there's some kind of contradiction here
Yeah,
when it doesn't.
yeah.
When it doesn't exist.
Yeah, sometimes it's not immoral, and that's okay. But when it is, that's okay too. Because when it's
What?
not immoral, it is okay. So okay. But
Wait, no. Wait.
hold on.
Wait.
So hold on.
That is
Why
not
is
what
why
I
is-
said. That is not what I said. Can you repeat
It just
my
doesn't make.
argument back
I
to me?
understand
No, you don't. Can you repeat my
don't-
argument back to me?
that eating animals is immoral, but it sometimes isn't. But the way we farm them is immoral. But if we move to plant-based and roadkill-based diet, it would be perfectly moral, right?
Sure. If you only ate animals that were sourced from ethical
Yeah,
sources,
great.
yeah.
But that's not now. Now let's bring it back to the real world, Vivian. Like where
Uh-huh.
if you had to switch over tomorrow, you would have no argument because you would never be able to ban meat or factory farming. So many people would starve. That would be catastrophic. Okay, so yeah, it would take like your system would take probably.
Why would so many people starve in the United States?
Are you kidding me?
Aren't you one of the largest agricultural nations in the world?
Do you think if we cut off if all our meat went bad tomorrow, you don't think there would be like mass deaths from starvation in the weeks to follow?
If you banned it immediately tomorrow, yeah, of course.
If all the meat that just went bad tomorrow, just poof, all rot, right? And all the cows had and chickens, everything caught a disease, couldn't eat meat tomorrow, it would be catastrophic, right?
Yeah,
so
it would pretty much suck.
Your
so
system,
you'd have to do it some kind of slow way.
In my realistic world, your system would take hundreds of years to implement. So there's just no fucking way.
I don't think it would take hundreds of years. Do you have so little faith in the United States? Of course, people would resist it. We're not talking about. If you want to talk about practicalities and how we might get to a more.
Have you eaten a bacon avocado cheeseburger before?
Why the fuck would I eat avocado? What kind of soy cunt do you take
Oh my
me for?
god, are you serious?
Disgusting
Avocados
motherfucker. Jesus.
Oh my goodness.
I bet you spread that shit on your toast in the morning, you fucking hipster shitlord college student cunt. Listen,
Forgive.
right?
No.
Listen,
you're
mixing up.
Let's go.
You're mixing up arguments, and I understand it's complicated again, but like you're mixing up arguments.
This is very simple.
You asked me.
This is so simple.
You asked me about an ideal moral system, right? And then you said,
yeah, and it's got tons of holes in it already. You already got pedophilia. You got. Oh my god! Look at all the things you would have to allow for. You would have to allow for all these disgusting things. I'm not even done yet. We got stuck here. Yeah, I'll give you one more.
I know.
Let's move on from food.
Let's not do one more because I think you need to understand the fundamental principle of argumentation.
No, what it is that you're floundering so badly on this. No, you're floundering so badly on this.
I'm definitely the one that's floundering. I'm the one that's giggling like a buffoon instead of making any arguments.
Yeah, because you can't put me on my back foot about my worldview. You're on your back foot about yours constantly. And this whole conversation.
Because you're the one asking me questions.
And you're
asking me questions about what I think about the world, and I'm explaining them to you, and you're attempting to poke holes in them unsuccessfully. Obviously,
look at
the dynamic of the conversation.
Pay attention. Here's the dynamic of the conversation.
I could attempt to attack your worldview if you like.
Good. You know how concise I would be compared to you? You would talk. You need to talk so much more than me to get your point about your worldview across and clarify everything about your worldview. But if you try to question me on mine,
incapable of understanding.
No, hold on.
I have to explain things over and over and over.
I was finished. I was almost finished.
I don't care whether you were finished. You haven't fucking.
I was almost finished.
A sentence in an hour, right? Okay. So what I'm going to explain to you now. Okay, really simply.
Yeah, I'm going to let you talk, but then when it's my turn, I want it to be my turn. Okay.
So if you ask me about what is an ideal moral system, right? And I go, well, I think this is probably the ideal way to do things. And then you say, well, that doesn't seem practical to do immediately tomorrow, therefore it's dumb. That's really fucking stupid. Okay? Obviously, getting to some kind of moral utopia, even if it's your Christian nationalist nation in which gay people are all put in concentration camps until they're re-educated, right? These things are gonna take time.
Straw man.
If you implemented them tomorrow, it would cause mass unrest and great suffering.
Straw man.
Right? So you can ask me about the ideal moral system. You can ask me about measures that we might take to move towards it, right? You can ask me about, but you can't mix these things.
You don't even know. You know what? Go ahead. Attack my moral system.
I'm not interested. I thought we were talking about that. Let's go.
Okay, great. I'm just saying. I'm just going to show you the dichotomy here, which is me. If you try to come after my moral views, my answers to you are going to be so concise, and it's going to be just so done. You're going to have to move
it's easy when you're simple. Obviously. Yeah.
No, it's because the truth is simple, the right way is simple, and if
truth
you
is simple.
fail, no, you know why it's going to end
Wait,
fast?
how do you
Because
know?
you're gonna-
Wait. No, here we go. Go for it. Let's go. How do you know what's true?
How do I know what's true?
Yeah, you said the truth is simple. So how do you know what's true?
Well, God gifted me logic, and I use my logic and
How do you know that
reasoning.
God gifted you logic?
Says so.
Sorry, he said so. How do you know that
It
God
is-
said that he gifted you logic?
I am His creation.
Okay, but how do you know that God said that he gifted you logic?
The guardrails for free will. So, in order to bestow the gift of free will upon us, He also gifted us logic and moral truth, so that we can
Mhm.
have the choice to obey Him or not.
Yes, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking,
Yeah.
how do you know that this is the case?
Well, because I am God's creation, and this is the way He designed me.
Yes, but how do you know that this is the case?
Because the laws of logic share the same nature as God.
But how do you know that this is the case?
How do I know that the laws of logic share the same nature as God?
Yes.
Oh, great. So is God, in our description of God from the Christian worldview, is He not omnipotent and infinite in existence?
Yeah, according to Christians, God is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent.
And He's also infinite.
And how do you know that this is the case?
Okay, so are the laws of logic, do they exist absent the human mind?
Do the laws of logic exist absent the human mind? No, we created them in order to be able to categorize and understand what's around us. All laws
We
exist
create, so
as a
we
production
created
of
them.
the human mind. Yeah,
So the fact
of course we
that
did.
no, but I never had to be
Who's
taught.
gonna ask a philosophical question?
Hold on. Look, I'll ask you a law of logic right here, the law of identity,
Okay.
right? So did I have to be taught that my brother is not me and I am not my brother?
No, that's an ability you
That's
gained
logic.
somewhere around the age of about what, 2 years old or something. But
Oh,
yeah,
so
sure,
logic is inherent within a properly working human brain?
Some, if you want to say
So we
that's
didn't-
logic, I don't know if I would call that logic.
So
but
we
sure.
didn't. That's the look up the law of logic, the law of identity.
I understand what the law of identity is.
Yeah, it's a logic. It's a law of logic.
Yes. A
Okay,
equals A.
so
Yeah.
that, and you just proved to me by your answers and to my questions that the law of identity is a law of logic that seems to be innate within a functional human brain. Correct?
Yes, and you asked me.
Okay, so
whether
you can't.
Wait.
Hold on.
Wait.
I'm no.
You
I
asked
wasn't
me a
done
question.
questioning you.
You asked me a question, and I'm going to answer the question. Okay?
No,
So-
I just
So-
I'm
No.
throwing down.
No.
Let
Hold
her
on,
answer
I
the
didn't
question.
answer. I didn't ask the question.
No.
I did not
No,
ask
I'm
the
not gonna.
question.
I'm not gonna let you fucking railroad shit. Okay?
Oh my god.
Listen. And you asked me, does it exist independent of a human brain? And I said, no, it is a product of a human brain. So you showing me, right, or proving, if you like, that some semblance of logic is innate to humans does not discount that.
You just proved. There you go. You just admitted to me that God bestowed logic upon us.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I admitted that logic is
innate.
potentially innate to the human brain.
I just
I
demonstrated
said
how
nothing
it is, and you
about.
agreed with
I
it.
said nothing about how it came to be innate.
I just did.
I did not admit to you
You
that
said
God
you claimed
gave
that we
it to
learned
you.
that we. No, hold on. We could rewind the tape. You claimed that logic was something we developed over time. I call bullshit and gave you a perfect example of how that's not the case, and you agreed with me.
Sure, there are some basic logical principles
No,
that
so
we seem to
done.
understand
You
innately.
lost. L.
Okay. However, your claim is that God bestowed it upon us.
Yep. Yeah, and you just
Right.
demonstrated how that's true.
How is that true? Simply because
You
something
just demonstrated how it's true.
Simply
You told
because
me it's true.
simply because something exists, right? It does not logically follow that God bestowed it upon us.
Sure, it does. Everything. So God says, "This is. I gave you this. We have evidence that we have
God
this."
said what?
God says. God says, "I gift you
How do you
free
know
will. We
that
have
God
free
said
will."
this?
Hold on. I'm not.
How
I'm
do you know
also
that
linking
God
it
said this?
because the fruits are
Did he
also
say it
true.
to you?
It was a commandment to His people, those who accept Jesus Christ as the Lord.
Okay,
Yes.
I don't remember. I gave you logic that you might use it being one of the 10 Commandments. So I don't know where
It's
it is
not-
in the
it-
Bible
it's not exactly-
that God said that he gave people logic. But regardless, how do you know that God said this?
I am His creation, and He
Yes, you do
He
keep
created
saying that. How do you know that you are
every-
God's creation? I
Because
feel like
it's
you're not
so.
really understanding logic here, okay? So you've made a premise, right? You've said, I know that God has bestowed logic upon me, right?
Yes.
That is your
Yes.
premise, right? And I
His
have
logic
asked
and
you,
moral truth.
okay, and I have asked you how it is that you know this, right? So I'm sorry. What you offered me was a conclusion. You haven't given me an argument as to why it is the case, as to what made that happen, right?
Right. So God granted us dominion over the planet. It says so in Genesis.
Okay.
In Genesis, yes.
Is it that it says it in the Bible? Is that your answer as to how you know that God did these things?
Well, yeah,
Right,
God is an all-knowing, all-powerful being, and His plan was to spread His word throughout the world.
According to the Bible.
According to God.
Unless you're claiming some personal revelation.
Faith. It's called faith.
Right, okay, but faith is just another word for believing without evidence. So
no, there is
I'm
evidence.
asking
The evidence is the fruit.
Okay, so what is the evidence?
So another evidence is that he says that he gave us so everything in the Bible seems to affirm.
He says it in the Bible. Okay, so how do you know that what the Bible says is true?
Because the fruits are true.
The fruits are true. Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So like let's say in Genesis, so like when God said, "Go forth and multiply, and I shall gift you the whole of the earth," He commanded us to do that. We did that, and it became true that the world became ours, that humankind.
Wait, wasn't he saying that to the Jewish tribes?
Yeah.
I don't think the world belongs to the Jews. You might.
Well, hold on. So the Jews.
Hold on.
So in heaven, I'm a Jew.
Isn't it?
In
heaven, you're a Jew. Okay.
Yes, in heaven, I'm a Jew. On earth, I'm a Christian. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And how do you know?
Because of Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is the fulfillment of the Old Testament.
Uh-huh.
Right.
That's cool. Look, I understand. I understand the basics of Christianity. I might not have as intricate a knowledge as you, although maybe I have more knowledge on some things. It seems like, but regardless.
Mm-hmm. I'm just answering your questions.
Regardless, so what you're saying is that the Bible says go forth and multiply, and the earth
Yeah.
shall be yours, essentially, right?
Mankind's, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Mhm.
Mankind, not
Yeah.
specifically the Jewish tribes that he was talking to, but
Anyone
yeah.
who accepts Jesus Christ as Lord is a true
Jesus
what
Christ
you would
didn't
call
exist then.
an Israelite.
Jesus
It
Christ
doesn't
didn't
matter.
exist
He's the
when God said
fulfillment.
that.
When God said what?
When God said, "Go
No, it
forth and
doesn't.
multiply, and I shall give
It
you
doesn't
the earth," or
matter.
whatever
It
the it was.
doesn't
Right.
matter.
So Jesus didn't exist then. So he wasn't talking about
So?
like, yeah.
No,
God-
but
God
God,
was just
but
saying-
Jesus is Jesus is the fulfillment of the Old Testament. So his word is still God's word. Jesus is God.
Okay.
Yeah,
Did Jesus say, "Go forth and multiply"?
yeah, he did.
Did he?
He did.
Oh, okay. My bad.
He is God. Jesus is God.
Wait. Oh, okay. But like, did God in the Jesus incarnation say, "Go forth and multiply," or was that God before he fucking sent a bit of himself down to earth to kill himself to pay for the sins?
It's the
of
same
mankind?
person. It's the
Yes,
same.
I understand it.
Yeah.
I understand. I understand.
What does it matter? What does it matter that if it said it, whether he said it in Jesus form or not? Why would that matter to me?
Well, because Jesus said that, like, he's come to fulfill the old law, right? That the old law no
And?
longer applies.
The laws
Right.
don't apply, but the moral laws do. So the old Jewish
Sure.
traditions and Jewish
Moral, sex,
laws
ceremonial,
don't.
the Mosaic law versus the yeah,
No. Yeah.
like
Yeah.
yeah. But I'm just saying that, like, you know, Jesus turns up and he says that, like, there's different things going on now, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't make anything he said before untrue. It doesn't mean that did go forth and be gifted the whole of the earth was
Okay,
still happening.
regardless, I still haven't got a fucking answer to this question. We're going
What is
into dumb fucking Bible stories, and
I've answered every question you've asked very easily, very
to give,
concise.
to give you a clear
haven't asked
idea
me.
of the question, Joe.
How
You're
do you
making
know?
claims. How do you know
Yeah,
that the grounding of your claims are true?
So we've got
I
as
just
far
told
as
you.
we've got as far
And I
as
told, what was my answer?
yeah, we've got as far as the Bible says it's true, and I know that the Bible is true because of the fruits of what was said.
Yes.
So God says, "Go forth and multiply," in the Bible, at least. God says, "Go forth and multiply, you shall have the earth," right? And now humans have the earth. Apparently, they didn't have the earth before
That's one.
when God was saying this to them. I mean, they did exist all over the planet and seem to be at the top of the food pyramid. I don't know what having the earth happens to mean in God's view. It seems like they had the earth at the time, the human race. Unless he was just talking to the Jewish tribes, right?
He was
Because
talking to
it
Adam
does seem
and
like
Eve.
he was talking. Oh, okay, cool. Right.
Well, Adam and Eve,
You're
go
breaking up,
go
Joe.
forth.
Okay, sounds better.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, my bad.
give
Why
me a
didn't you
second.
correct me back when I said he was talking to the Jewish tribes?
Well,
then?
I tried not to interrupt you. I just wasn't sure what you were talking about.
Well, no, you agreed with me, but no, it's fine. Okay.
No,
So,
yeah, he said that to Adam and Eve.
So you say it's true because the Bible says it's true, and you say that because of the fruits of the late blah 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 blah.
That's
right?
one fruit.
So,
yes, that's one of the fruits.
yeah. So if somebody says go do this thing and this other thing will happen, that makes them God.
So look, let me give you. So if I gave you a treasure map.
So if I say go forth and throw thyself into the Grand Canyon and thou shalt meet death.
Hold
right?
on. Let me no.
Then am I being divinely inspired because the fruits of my prophecy have come true?
I perfectly understand your argument here. How many species have survived and gone extinct in the Earth's history?
I don't know.
Like 99%, 90%.
Yeah, like millions. Yeah, sure.
Right. Yeah, it's amazing we made it, isn't it? And look at our base design. We don't have claws. We don't have skate. We suck in the cold. We suck in the heat. We just suck on this planet. So weird that we just
I mean, we were
gained
pretty
dominion.
decent in the. We were pretty decent.
No,
in the
we
cold
suck.
and the
Look
heat
at the
for a
way.
while,
Look at the way we walk. Like our skeletal system
Chimpanzees
is
are pretty
fucked.
great in the heat and the cold.
Right? Yeah,
They're
they're
like
great.
covered in
But
fur.
look at
Yeah.
us. Look at us humans. We suck in the wild. Like absolutely suck. We're soft and squishy.
Well, we
and
didn't.
got no
we didn't
horns.
suck
We
it.
got no.
That's what I'm saying. We didn't suck in the wild like back in the day, did we? Because
Yeah,
we
so
developed.
weird. It's almost
We
as if,
developed opposable thumbs. We developed language. We developed
guys.
the ability to use tools and all
Hold
these
on,
sorts of
pause,
things made up for
I have
our inability to
Viv.
climb trees, right?
Leaf, guys. I'm sorry. I do have to have that hard out. But
Okay.
I mean, if you do want to continue this conversation, we could set up another time.
Well, I just think I just think it's odd in conclusion that you said that you would have a very concise answer for how you know things are true, and yet you still haven't been able to give one.
I did. I gave you I said
the ability for somebody to say, because like the Bible was written by men, right? Like, and it was written long after Adam and Eve are supposed to have existed, right? It was written when men had dominion over the earth, right?
No. It wasn't written when. No, it wasn't written when
mankind had dominion over the earth when the Bible was written. No.
Yeah, because these stories were passed down.
Sure.
You know,
right.
Abraham.
Okay. So, I mean, even during the time of Abraham, you could say that people like men had dominion over the earth and all other animals. No, that was the fucking hierarchy. Was it not? Didn't God say, "I gave you dominion over the creatures of the fucking earth and sky," or whatever the fuck the quote is? So you've basically told me that because some people who wrote when a thing had already happened, that God said it would happen, that proves that it's true. So if I write that God said Elon Musk will get into the American government and be a total cunt, right? And Donald Trump will get a second term, then that means that God said it because you know it by its fruits. I'm a fucking prophet now. Okay, I guess he took his heart out.
All right. So I guess that concludes, and I'm gonna.
Do you want to go open? I could chill.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to
It's up to you,
open
though.
at this point, but I'm going to do this thing first. Oh no, I lost it. Oh well. I'll have to play it later. All right, going to open. I'm gonna move us.
No, yeah, man. I mean, it's not fucking hard to argue against Christianity or argue for atheism or whatever. Like, that's the problem I had with the fucking atheists and skeptics a little while ago. Like, that's why they're all so fucking stupid and obnoxious now, or at least most of them. There's a few good ones, but like, they spent so long arguing the easiest fucking topic to argue against the dumbest fucking people on the planet that they got stupidly big heads and started thinking that they were super fucking geniuses that could like logic their way through basically any problem without having to know much about it beforehand.
Okay, so who wants into the open? Yeah. Come and show. And we will go over what just happened because my brain still hurts because I already did it once, and here we are again. Fister.
Self-care.
Yeah, there's an ad on this one. Damn it.
Yeah. Excellent.
Tessie, that wasn't my fault. I'm just going to let you know right now that was not my fault. Everybody, for some reason, wants to try to have a conversation where most of the terms in anything that's stated is not going to be understood and you're going to spend most of that time explaining what was asked in the first place. So
what I really loved was the I don't know what you're getting at, and then each time you try to explain it, like interruption. It's like I don't know what you're
Yeah.
getting at.
What you just
Usually leads to you letting them say what you were getting at.
Yeah. I mean, it
so
was fucking
for
weird,
Fister, I'm going to
honestly.
play the thing.
I just think he's not
Said
very smart, and that's
is one of the most insanely
shame.
idiotic
I was
things I've
hoping
ever
for
heard.
something a little more challenging.
At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Damn. Yeah, I don't know. He was incredibly sure of himself and then just couldn't explain how he knows what is true. Which is crazy.
Well, because it's going to be a circular argument.
Well, yeah, I mean,
gonna
it's true. It's true because the Bible says it's true. Yeah.
Exactly, and you're not going to get away.
I mean,
from
I've
that.
argued with presuppositionalists before, but it's just like, I mean, it's very obvious to anybody onlooking who has that God-given gift of logic, right? Who God has seen fit to bestow with the ability to reason, that this is not a reasonable fucking argument. The Bible cannot be true because the Bible says it's true.
And so, like, I tried to have this conversation a bit differently with him to try to explain, like, the emergence of morals, the emergence of all these ideas. And that wasn't going to happen with him. So, like, trying to let him know, I was like, think about this without thinking about the Bible. And he's like, I can't do that. I'm like, you can't get a hypothetical in your head. Like, the reason why we don't kill each other is because, say, there was a group of 50 people. If somebody made the food every day and somebody decided to murder that person, we're going to have a problem with that person.
Yeah.
So we made laws and rules around us doing these things that we don't like. He couldn't.
Are you
wrap his
stealing
head
our
around it.
argument?
It's
You're stealing
fine.
our
I have
argument,
no.
Lethe.
Yeah.
I have no problem with like people believing in God or Buddha or the fucking tooth fairy or whatever, right? Like if you find this shit fulfilling and it's useful for you, then you go ahead. Like I said earlier, I believe in your freedom of speech and freedom to worship as you choose, right? I still stick to some weird pagan traditions just because I think it's cool to like build a nice little altar around Samhain and raise a toast and speak to my speak to the people that I've lost, right? The ritual gives me some kind of comfort, right? So I have no problem with that. The problem I have is when you go, okay, so I have divined what is objectively morally true, and I am going to now say that you cannot engage in behaviors that I think are immoral, and the only justification I have for why they're immoral is because the Bible said they are. Like that's why, I'm not out here saying you'll have to fucking observe the pagan festivals or whatever, right? I'm not saying you have to give homage to the goddess. Yeah.
I missed it. Is this the part where I giggle instead of having a point?
Yeah, I could smell the cigarette smoke coming off of his voice. No,
Bro, I was smoking. What are you talking
well, I was saying that was a subtle Andrew Wilson reference. So the thing about it though is that got me is he attributed nonstop all the positives of the U.S.'s laws as somehow being inherently Christian, even though he acknowledged at the same time that it was democratically elected. So like the thing is like you can't have it one way or the other. Like you could have argued back in like the 1770s or whatever that like a majority of the people in the United States at that time were Christian. But at this point in time in our existence, we have a variety of different religions and a variety of different people from backgrounds voting on certain laws. So to sit there and say that one particular positive law is somehow inherently Christian is just faulty.
Well, I think it's faulty even back then. I think that so there's that whole argument, right, that a lot of Christ nats and general cunts will use, where they say Western civilization is Christian, right? And all good things came from Western civilization, therefore all good things came from Christianity. Christianity has inspired so many good things. And it's like, well, if everybody's fucking Christian, then obviously the person who invented the fucking, I don't know, the toilet, the printing press. There you go. He was definitely a Christian. I was trying to think of an invention that definitely came from a Christian. But the person who invented the printing press, he was a Christian. Therefore, Christianity invented the printing press. That's fucking stupid if everybody is Christian. You know what I mean? It's a really dumb argument. And it's the same kind of argument that gets used. It's just like, we're going to attribute everything to Christianity.
But only the positives.
Yeah.
They don't attribute it to negatives. That's what I was telling in the chat. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
so he was using a very loose correlative, like saying, well, you know, the United States is a Christian nation, and thus, which is also illogical, the United States is like a Christian nation, so any law in the United States is inherently Christian. I'm like, okay, if let's use your framework. Would that also mean then that slavery was a law in the United States, the Jim Crow laws were in the United States? Would you be willing to sit there and say that that was attributable to a Christian, you know, background, that those are because of Christian beliefs, right?
I mean, slavery, there were arguments made for slavery from a Christian perspective.
So in the Constitution.
It is still in the Constitution.
Well,
yeah,
no,
it
they
is.
amended it, but there's like a slavery clause or whatever. It's like if a slave runs
Yeah,
away,
I know.
you're obligated.
13th Amendment, or what? Is
Well,
it
no.
13th or 14th? Where it's like, it's legal to have slaves as long as they're
for
like
the
incarcerated people.
Yeah. But this is before they explicitly removed explicit language.
Oh,
There's
right,
actually
yeah.
something in there saying that you're like obligated to return slaves that like have gone missing or whatever.
And all the laws about like black people being like one third of a person or something.
3/5.
Yeah, 3/5. Yeah.
3/5.
That's also in there. I think I'm pushing this further in the other more extreme direction because I have less patience than I think Viv does for this stuff. Because I'm one of those people that I joked in the chat. I treat Christians how a lot of you guys treat Republicans and conservatives. I think these are just like adult fantasies, and I have just zero patience to humor them. And I'm like, tax the churches for one. And also
100%.
Even I would limit public displays.
Well, I suppose I would tax most churches in America because most churches in America are run like businesses. I think if you had a church that operated purely as like a non-profit charitable organization, you could probably avoid tax that way. And that's me as like a pretty militant atheist, to be honest, because saying that
like a lot of them
it could
sort of
do
LARP with that position because they.
Oh yeah, they do.
That's how they end up in those positions.
Oh,
everybody.
No, I'm saying if they actually are, right? I'm not saying if they LARP as it. I'm saying if they actually are like a non-profit charitable organization and they can prove it through their charitable works and with their finances on record, then I have no problem with them registering as a charity basically and avoiding taxation that way. I don't have a problem with that. But yeah, just avoiding tax for being a church, man. Most of these big old mega churches are literally just like funneling money into these motherfuckers' private jets and shit. Who was that crazy fucking motherfucker who had like 2 jets and had the interview with the lady who like when I was like, do you really Copeland? Blow the wind of God.
I was thinking Peter Popoff.
COVID-19. Yeah, no, that guy was fucking,
I think,
or still is fucking insane.
I think one of the reasons that this hits home, well, maybe it hits home a little bit, but I guess why I find it so particularly gross, which I think we're on the same page with this, but it's the fact that these churches exploit like the most vulnerable people, right? It's always the elderly, the people who need hope the most, who are sending like pennies at a time for like fake holy water. Like that type of shit is just absolutely disgusting to me, and I don't think there'd be any disagreement on that. But that's one of the reasons I find it particularly immoral in the for-profit.
I also think people like that guy also really don't do Christians a favor. I think they oftentimes really make it look like, I tell people all the time, like I'm a Christian, I go to church and everything, but I'm not somebody who sits there and tries to use the sledgehammer approach or anything like that, right? And I think that some people twist what the Bible's teachings are and don't have a fundamental understanding of Jesus Christ. So, and that guy clearly kind of showed that.
Hey, I
But
don't
yeah.
care what you do in the privacy of your own home, all right? Just stay away from me and my kids.
I mean, that's the thing too, though, is like
Yeah.
it's the exiling of like certain groups. It's like that's totally antithetical to like what Jesus would have done. So like Jesus's teachings were more of like trying to bring in all the outcasts. It didn't matter if you were a gambler or a prostitute, and there's literally like those entire stories, right, where Jesus saw like a prostitute at the well or something like that, and brought her in, and said like
I think he ate her out.
what was that text about? Ah, shut up.
Did a little
Got
bit of
him.
foot play.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know I'm quite blasphemous.
Nah, you're good, dude.
I like
The
I
Republican
can
Party is
I
like
can
the
acknowledge
disgrace,
the value of religion. Like some of the best people I've met have been religious, so I can say that there are good religious people. It's just always this thing. Like it's a little bit weird to me when I'm talking to somebody who's religious because I have no pretext about like the conversation or what we're talking about. But once they find out that you're agnostic or atheist or whatever, in the back of their head, like they're thinking like, oh, this is like a damned soul. Like this guy's
Yeah,
gonna
you're
burn in
going to
for all
hell. You're gonna
it's
be.
just though, and even
Yeah.
even if they're super nice
So
and like
fucked.
they're not projecting that onto you, they're not trying to preach to you or save you or whatever. It's just a weird thought for me to have to know
But
that
all
that's what they
organized
ultimately
religion
think.
is.
That's where they think I'm gonna end
All
up.
organized religion is fucked in like infinite fucking ways. And I think it's often predatory and culty, and it fucks people up. But I also, you have to marry that with individual autonomy and stuff as well, right? Like, and I think some religions are probably like a lot more benign than others, and like I just don't think it's very difficult to adjudicate something like that, and also to like if I can't ban religion, right? That would be fucking insane. That would be so authoritarian.
Wow, you want to ban religion? What? No, it's fine.
No, I don't. I literally just said I don't.
I know I was messing.
I said that I have what some might consider to be religious practices of my own, even if I'm completely atheistic at this point. But like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it's pragmatic to ban it. I would be in support of like limiting any sort of religious imagery in public spaces, and like
That's
there's
fucking range, dude. Fuck off.
there's even this
I'm
thing with
serious.
you know, with the Sikhs are allowed to carry around a ceremonial knife called a kirpan.
Yeah, I
and-
know the Kirpan.
Yeah, and at least where I live in Canada, I don't know about the UK, but they're allowed to just carry around this tiny little knife with them. And it's on religious grounds. Anywhere else, that's an illegal weapon. You can't have a fucking knife on you. But because of religious grounds, they're just allowed to carry around a knife. And like, there's certain things where I just think that it's ridiculous. Like that is.
Well, I think that's I think so there's stuff like that where it doesn't seem to cause much harm in general. If anything, it causes harm to the Sikhs because they quite often get harassed and shit, and police called on them and so on for it, right?
As they should
but
be. They shouldn't be allowed to carry a knife. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What's
However,
religious exemption?
if we want to have a society in which everybody can fucking participate, then like sometimes we do have to make concessions like this. Like it would be very. I don't know. I don't know how Sikhs would react to the Kirpan being banned, and I don't think it would be particularly productive to ban the Kirpan without like significant evidence that them having that right is like doing significant harm, right?
I would
Right.
disagree. It's kind of putting the cart before the horse, because the default assumption, and again, I know in America, I'm sure you guys can carry around all sorts of crazy knives. I'm speaking strictly for, I guess, Canada, and I'm sure the UK is a bit more restrictive on these things. But in
We're
Canada,
very
you can't have
restrictive on knives, but you can still carry Kirpan, yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. So similar, but in Canada you can't have a blade, like you can carry around a Swiss Army knife. You can't have a blade that's longer than, I believe it's like an inch and a half or 2 inches or something.
An inch and a
Um,
half? I think ours is like 3 inches, and we have
It's
crazy
something.
laws.
It's like there's something where it's like it can't reach the liver or some.
Ours
shit
is
on
6
the-
inches.
It's a very weird, obscure type of thing. But
I'm sure yours is 6 inches.
But so when I say you're putting the cart before the horse, I think the default
I don't know
assumption
whether
is
to take
that
that as a compliment or
It
not.
ain't that
probably-
long.
it's probably not a good idea in general to allow people to just have knives in public. And yes, like people who want to have knives and use them will have them, blah blah blah. I've heard all these arguments, but the default is that like, hey, we probably shouldn't encourage or allow people to just carry on knives with them. And so we're saying, well, the Sikhs, where we're like, unless there's some like harm that can be demonstrated or these types of things, it's like, well, that assumption's kind of already been made on behalf of everyone else that it's not acceptable. So it seems weird that we're making this exception for this one small group on religious grounds, whether or not they use these knives or not. It's
Well, we're
like-
not making so we're not making the exception for the one small group on religious grounds. We're making the exception on religious grounds. So if there is another religion which requires it, and I think there is, I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, then they would also like get that right. It's like you can't carry a knife in public unless it has a reasonable use case, right? And one of those reasonable
What's
use
a reasonable
cases
use case
is
to have a knife in
Can I
public?
just-
what's a
Can I just
reasonable?
ask-
Well, you might be
Like,
heading out to do
today.
some fucking hunting. You might be whatever, right?
Yeah.
And it has to be scabbarded, and you can't fucking draw it or threaten people with it or do anything like that because those things are illegal, right?
I'm just saying, like
Can I just- I just wanna ask-
Texas
just wanna
American
ask,
gun
like-
culture is a cult and a religion, and so like them carrying guns is kind of a religion. I'm just saying, Texas don't.
Okay, sure. But hold on. Can I just ask, like, is it a reasonable use case that I, as an atheist, want to be able to carry a weapon to the same extent that somebody else carries a weapon, just on the basis that I would like to feel as perfectly
I already
So then
addressed.
if
I already
you're allowed
addressed
to carry
this
around a
earlier.
kirpan, like why would we say, like, as an atheist, that like I'm not allowed to carry it around? You're making a religious
already
exemption
addressed-
for people, but my lack of a religion, I should have the exemption of just self fucking defense. What do you mean?
So we don't we don't allow in the UK, and I presume in Canada, the carrying of weapons for self-defense in public. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're very limited
Yeah.
use cases, but like
So,
for the most
Sure,
part,
yeah.
anything can be
Security
charged
guards,
as a
police, they're
Yeah,
exempt.
yeah.
But like, yeah. So, that just doesn't fucking apply, right? Like the
I'm not trying to
exemptions
do a
are
US-centric argument. I'm
the
actually
exempt-
trying to.
the
I'm
exemptions
trying to
are
present this. Go ahead.
the exemptions are if you have a good reason for having a knife in public, right? And those good reasons have been determined to be if it has some sort of practical applicability in like sports or DIY or whatever. If you're transporting it from place to place, provided that it's covered, there's a whole bunch of like exceptions, and one of those exceptions is if it is for a religious purpose, right? The non-violent religious purpose. And the reason that our law exists is because we want people to be able to partake in our fucking society, right? We don't want a situation in which we're basically banning Sikhs from public life, which is what we would be fucking
No, we're not
doing
banning
if we were to
Sikhs,
ban
we're
the
banning
kirpan.
them carrying
You-
knives.
You're banning
Yes,
the religious
but the
accoutrement, and I'm saying I'm not making
the
this from a U.S. centric idea. I'm saying in Canada or in the UK, like if we're generally banning the carrying of knives, sure there are exceptions. One of those is a religious exception. If one group is going to be able to be granted that religious exception, that being Sikhs, I don't want a bunch of heavily armed people of only one religion patrolling around. I think that there should be some fucking counterplay and some balance to that.
Are there a
And
bunch of heavily armed Sikhs patrolling around?
I
Is
don't
that
know if I said
happening?
heavily armed, all I mean is in comparison to what other people are allowed to carry.
Are
And then,
there a
yes,
bunch of
they
heavily
are
armed
heavily
Sikhs
armed.
patrolling around? Is
Are
that
there a bunch
happening?
of Sikhs patrolling around? Should be another question.
Well, so
How many
what are they
fucking
seeking?
Sikhs are there?
I'm not trying to go
How many
very long
Sikhs
here.
are there in the entirety of Canada?
You can do this by
What is the
you can do this
what is
by-
the
you can do this by
demographic
absolute numbers.
percentage
You can do this
of
by-
Sikhs
you can do
in
this-
Canada?
you can-
we have the
Okay,
third
who wants to
highest
go?
population.
absolute numbers. You can do this by absolute numbers, or you can do it by percentage of population. You can do it by that. So how many Sikhs, proportionate to how many Sikhs in total, how many Sikhs are carrying around a blade versus how many Christians, how many atheists, how many, all of this. And I'm saying I don't like that imbalance. It makes me feel insecure and uncomfortable.
Oh, you know what?
on
There's
religious
more.
grounds.
There's more than I thought. It's 2.1% of Canada's population. spread
I'm
out
saying
over the
on religious
entirety
grounds.
of
I
Okay,
should
Canada.
be able to
I feel
carry
like
the.
this is getting a little off the little
But
bit of
it's
a
still
tangent.
fuck all. Like there aren't like huge
Yeah,
patrols
I'm not
of
saying that there's fucking
right.
Yeah,
That's
but
not happening.
so it's you and the Sikh
Right.
guy in
Okay.
an
So
elevator,
you're
and then
using.
by
So
I'm
you're
not
using.
making a
somehow.
separate
You're
argument. I'm arguing
using.
with
You're
Chip. I'm not
using.
making
You're
this argument.
using. You're using
I'm not making an
inaccurate,
argument from
inaccurate emotive language in order to
I
try and
haven't done
belabor
shit.
your point.
I haven't said
I
that.
don't think it's inaccurate.
Well,
or
she's talking about Chip.
Okay, if she's talking to Chip.
Well, I don't think what I've said is inaccurate or emotive. I'm saying
Okay.
that
So
proportionate
you
to
think it
how
is
many-
accurate and objective to state that there are huge patrols of Sikhs roaming around, heavily armed Sikhs roaming around. That's
Well,
you
he
don't
withdrew
think that any
the
of
heavily
that
armed portion.
is emotive or
I'm
hyperbolic?
saying
Okay.
I wouldn't say a bunch of, and if I did, I will walk that back. But I will say that if nobody else is allowed to carry around, or only based on religious exemptions,
Patrolling.
mostly speaking. Oh my God! Okay, sorry, I used the word patrolling. What do you want from me? Jesus Christ! What I'm
Oh
saying
right. Okay.
is,
So you were using emotionally manipulative and hyperbolic language in order to try and belabor your point.
and now you're using the specific language that I uttered in my initial claim to devalue the entire concept of what I'm talking to you about. Please stop. My
No.
point here.
Carry
Okay.
on though.
Well, you said you're not gonna stop.
I mean,
doing
it does.
this, so I don't know how
It does.
productive we're gonna
It
be
does
here, champ.
because it does devalue your point, right? Like,
Okay.
if my point,
Let's
very
take it back to the
simply,
base value.
if my point very simply is that we want people to be able to partake in our society, and unless there is a significant detriment to our society, right, then we have to make certain concessions in order that they can participate in our society, right? And
Let me put it as
and
best I can
your
in
response to that was
using
there's a
terms
lots
you
of
find
Sikhs
acceptable.
patrolling around,
Let me try to put
heavily
it in
armed
the terms
Sikhs
that you'll find
patrolling around,
acceptable.
right?
So
So
you're talking about detriment or harm to the society, which is obvious. I find that if there is any situation in which almost nobody's allowed to be carrying a weapon, but some people are allowed to be carrying a weapon, I think that's a detriment to our society by making it fundamentally unequal because some people have force multipliers and others don't. I think that's a problem. I think that's a detriment in and of itself.
So become a hunter or something. I don't fucking know, dude.
so
Like, you can carry a knife in public. Like, you could even instate your own fucking religion. You could start your own religion, right? And get enough adherents and lobby to have
I
it
could just- I
recognized
could
as
just
a
say I'm
religion.
Sikh.
And
I could just say I'm a Sikh.
I mean, I
Yeah,
could become a
you could do-
billionaire, but I'm
you
not
could
one.
literally
It doesn't
do-
change
you
what
could
I'm capable of
literally do
doing
that
today,
as well.
Collins.
Right,
you
so it
can
makes the
carry
entire
Kirpan
law
in
moot.
public. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
So it
could
makes
do
the
that
entire-
right now today. So
Yeah,
it's
I-
not
I-
so it's not unequal. You can do it.
But so it makes the entire so you're saying there is no exception. Anybody could just do it. And just if you get caught, just say you're a Sikh.
That does seem to be the case, doesn't
Can I do
it?
that?
Does seem to be the way the law
It's just
currently
a
works.
bit of a loophole.
right?
Yeah, I guess you could do that.
But the point is,
Luckily,
right,
I
that
don't
it
have to
allows
do that here in the States.
is that it allows these people to like participate in your society
I
rather than
believe that
causing.
people can
rather than
participate in
causing-
society
in our
without
society
carrying
while
a
armed.
ceremonial blade. That's,
They do not believe that they can participate in society without carrying the ceremonial
And I
blade.
would. So I know this is a little
Right?
bit like a right.
And so because they
Republican
believe
talking
they
point,
don't believe
I would
it,
say that that's incompatible with like a liberal society.
because they say they do. Right. I mean, I don't know why it's incompatible because it doesn't seem to cause any problems except among those people who want to discriminate against Sikhs, right?
I
But
told you
like,
the problem. The problem is that I'm seeing armed people and I'm not armed.
okay,
I think
You
that
see that all the-
contributes to
you
civil
see
unrest.
that-
I think
you
it
see that
contributes
all
to
the
the threat
time.
factor in society. I think that's a problem.
I want to
think
go
we
back.
want to keep
I wanna
people
go back to
safe.
something. I have just a very quick hypothetical because for something Viv said very early on, which was that because I understand the argument that you're making, which is that it's a non-problem, right? These people aren't
Yeah.
going out there and slashing people up, and like it seems like we get along totally fine, and I would agree with all that stuff in general. But if there have been incidents, if a Sikh were to use their knife and they were
Sure.
to
and
aggressively,
they get prosecuted like anybody else.
sure, they
right?
get prosecuted, whatever else, then should that person then lose their right, lose the ability to then carry that knife in public?
Welcome,
Like they have
Desperado.
they've sort of then not
Or
responsible.
if they've used
Howdy.
it violently, if they've used it violently before, Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Maybe.
How are you not 100% sure?
Yeah, I feel like
Somebody has used a weapon for violence and you're not 100% sure that you shouldn't let them go around with that weapon? What do you mean?
Oh, I mean, I believe everybody should be able to carry weapons in public. But
Okay,
a
well,
little
let's
bit of a
pop out.
cop-out. That's a little bit of a
Sorry?
cop-out. You kind of sidestepped what I feel like I was getting at. But no, fair
Well,
enough. You
kind
gotta
of,
think about it. You gotta think
blatantly.
about it. I feel like that for me is like a clear line. You know, it's
yeah,
similar to any other-
I already said, like, yeah, I gotta think
yeah,
about
fair
it.
enough. I'm not
There's no-
demanding a perfect answer or anything. But
Yeah,
just
I
curious.
think it would probably depend on like a case by case basis. Like if a Sikh was attacked, right, and ended up using their kirpan in self defense, like, do I think they should be banned from having the kirpan anymore? No. If Sikh went out on a fucking stabbing spree for like no apparent fucking reason, well, I mean, I guess it's kind of a mute issue at that point because they're going to be in jail for like fucking however long. They're going to be in jail for fucking forever, aren't they?
It might
So,
not be that long depending on
it's gonna be
jurisdiction, but I
tough.
will say,
Yeah.
so Viv, you did say that like I could just go out and like establish my own religion, which allows me to carry whatever
Sure.
weapon, and once
Yeah,
I got
you
enough
can do that.
followers, right? So, but I want to ask you though.
I don't
Do you
know
think-
exactly how
like-
it works in Canada for like establishing a state recognized religion, but
I'm
whatever
going with your
way.
hypothetical. And I'm not in
Yeah,
Canada. I'm in the United States, but I'm going with your.
Oh, you're in the
hypothetical.
United
What I'm
States.
saying-
Well, you can just carry a knife
mean,
anyway. So
yeah.
I don't know what the
yeah,
fucking
no,
problem
that's
is.
not what I'm
bro.
talking about. I'm not talking about
Okay.
the laws
Talking about
where
the
I
principle.
am. I'm talking about how
Yeah.
these things should be adjudicated and understood. And I'm asking you, if I form a religion which says that I should be armed with.
Well, I
like,
already
multiple
told you how I
grenades,
think they should be adjudicated. We're arguing about whether or not how they are is okay, right? How
but
they
you're-
should
you're
be
arguing- you're
adjudicated
arguing
is
for
that
the
everybody
exception.
should
You're
be able.
arguing for the exception of people being
No,
able to carry
no,
knives
no,
when
no,
other
no, no,
people
no,
aren't
no,
able
no,
to
no, no,
carry knives. That's what you're arguing for.
So,
you can keep
I
saying
already
no,
said-
or you can
I
let me
already
finish my
said-
initial question. You
I
can let me
already
finish my
said-
initial question.
Well, you gotta-
You can let me finish my initial
Well,
question.
your question's fucking nonsense. But carry on.
It would be interesting if you could say that after I ask the question.
Carry
So
on my
what you're free
I'm
to
just
do.
that smart.
If my religion, right, if the religion that I established, that you suggested that I could establish and gain
Mhm.
recognition for, said that I should be heavily armed with and I'm saying heavily armed. I've got
is
grenades
the
on me, I've
problem.
got a rocket launcher, and I've got an
This is
assault
so
rifle.
fucking dumb, man.
Do you think
Pew
that that
pews.
would be? Do you think that that would be a bad thing for society to allow one specific religious group to carry around that level of heavy armament? Do you think that that would be good or bad for liberal society?
And do you have a Bible that says it?
So, okay,
Reflection.
the reason this question, the reason I was saying that this question is fucking dumb, right, is because we were arguing about what is the law in the UK and Canada, right, and how I think that these exceptions are probably okay. You want to ask me what I think ought to be allowed. I think everybody ought to be able to be fucking armed. I think that we can have some limit as to what arms people are allowed to carry in public, and I think that making reasonable exceptions is okay, but in my ideal society, everything up to fucking assault rifles would be fucking fine for people to carry around in public, so long as they're not threatening other people with them, right? So long as there's a reasonable,
I understand
reasonable
what you're saying.
reason
I
why
understand
they
what
would be
you're
carrying them
saying.
around as well.
I
Yeah.
understand that this is your ideal, is that anybody can carry whatever as long as they're not threatening or misusing those things.
Yeah,
Sure,
yeah,
I
but
got
you were
but
engaged with
hold
this
on.
hypothetical, but
Why
also
can't I
engaged with it
respond
in
to
the
what you said?
context
I
of
let
the
you
reality.
finish, you fucking coward.
Yeah, okay. Carry on then, buddy. Jesus Christ.
No thanks, you'll interrupt me again.
Oh, god damn it.
Try again
No.
next time, champ.
Okay, well, make a coherent point, and I won't have to.
Well, I'll wait till later, and then maybe you'll let me make a coherent point. Wait, go ahead. You run the table, run the team, run the conversation. As you,
I
as you see
would
fit.
just reiterate that
Okay.
I think
Testy.
it's bullshit that they can carry on knives and other people.
I cannot
can't.
hear Testy.
It's
Why did you block
what
him?
you can't hear me. Oh,
Well, testicle, you got to remember that that's not what we're talking about.
I agree. My whole point is I mean it is driving at what Chip is saying at. It's this unequal aspect, and if you could just say, well, you can.
I
form your
agree.
own
I agree that
religion.
I agree that it's unequal.
Right.
I already said, right. Here are the fucking precepts. Okay.
No,
I
but
agree
that's-
that it is
no, you're
I agree that it is unequal. I don't think that it's unreasonable. I don't think that it's unreasonable to have an exception so that people can participate in society. However, I would prefer it if simply everybody were able to do this.
Yeah,
Right.
I
That is my full fucking statement.
yes, I understand that. I mean, I'm
Cool.
like I could probably argue against the whole panel because I'm pretty like anti, for the most
So
part,
can I.
like
I'm
against
great
guns
punk.
and like people having weapons in society. I don't think that makes anyone safer. If you're like, hey, we should all be armed to the gills as long as nobody's like encroaching on others. That's like, well, you're increasing the potentiality for violence in society if you're allowing people to be so heavily armed. But that's a whole
Sure.
separate discussion.
But you're also
I have a que-
allowing. You're also abdicating your protection of your freedom of speech and right to protest.
I have a question. Do you
If
think
you think that that's always fundamentally leads to violence, maybe.
if one Sikh person went out and killed a bunch of people with their knife, do you think that a change would be made where they couldn't carry him around anymore?
I think it's possible.
No,
because a lot
there's
of
actually some precedent inside like the state of New York, in which the Sikhs worked with the like the city in order to create the knife. I can't remember the name of it, but in a particular shape. Yeah, in a particular shape that was dull. It was also square, could not cut people, but still fit within the boundaries of their religious belief.
Oh, hey, here's me being charitable. I'll even say a lot of Sikhs don't sharpen their knives. A lot of them do carry around knives.
Very
themselves.
true. Very true.
Religious,
Or
very
that
symbolic
ceremonial,
stuff.
like, yeah. So I can even grant you like that. Like, I'm not saying that they're all carrying around like sharpened knives and ready to fucking slit throats or anything. I'm talking more on the principle of it.
If so many black kids can do knife crimes, and they change the
I
rule based on one
I
Sikh,
understand it's an objectionable principle to you, and I'm not necessarily.
What did I do
disagreeing
to you, Zafert?
I'm not necessarily disagreeing that like pretty much that we probably shouldn't have this inequality, right? And that people should like everybody should be able to carry these weapons, but you want to ban them for everybody. And I'm saying that like essentially, right, the practicality of that in the same way as like banning abortions causes fucking women to die, even though it might be immoral, you could potentially argue that it is, right? You know, practically, you kind of have to allow some things that you think are bad in order to prevent greater harm.
Wait,
and the
in the
greater harm
same way, are you saying that Sikhs will die if they're not allowed to carry their kirpan? What are you talking about?
So, according to their religion, there's 5
I don't know why you're doing the fucking Andrew Wilson thing now, but I'm glad to see it's caught on among the fuckwits.
There's like 5 items of clothing that they're required to wear at all times.
Don't try to get it.
No, I was just clarifying why there's like that religion.
The greater harm, as I've stated multiple times right now, right, is the inability for Sikhs to participate in society.
Well, hold up.
Right?
So you kind of talked,
and some of them might die from that, but
I feel
broadly,
like
it's not going to kill them.
Your mouth a little bit because I had mentioned
Sure,
that Canada
yeah,
has the second highest population of Sikhs outside of India, which we have about 770,000. Then you also was like, oh, so they're only like 1.2% or whatever of the
2.1%. I said, oh, it's actually. I looked it up. I said, oh, it's
percentage of people not being able to.
I looked it up. I said, oh, it's actually. Wait. So first, I laughed at the idea that there were patrols of Sikhs all over the place, heavily armed Sikhs all over the place, and then I said mockingly, "Well, how many Sikhs are there even in Canada, right?" And then I went and looked it up, and I said, "Oh, actually, that's more than I thought. It's about 2.1% of the population, about 800,000 Sikhs." That's what I said.
Oh, fair enough. I wasn't sure if you were downplaying, like you were saying, oh, it's such a small number, so like, why is it a big deal? Because that also sounds like you're saying that if it is such a small number,
it's not a huge number, but it's more significant than I thought.
Fair enough. Okay, see, I misread that then, so that's my mistake.
Well, there's 2 claims at play, right? Go ahead, Tessie.
No, I was just going to say that because if there is 2.1, sorry, I forgot already, 2.something% of the population that has this, I guess you could call it a requirement or something that would allow them to comfortably slot into society, then there is a greater argument on the majority rules type of thing, which I understand can also be slow because it can work, it can cut both ways because I don't necessarily think that such a small percentage. There's a.
I don't care how small the percentage is. We should endeavour to make our laws as inclusive as possible, so that every person can be able to participate in society. There are certain fundamental things that people require in order to be able to live healthy, productive lives, and I think that every single person ought to have access to those. Right?
Yeah, and I guess our disagreement is I don't think having a knife is one of those things.
I mean, You don't think it is, but Sikhs think that it is, and because Sikhs think that it is, that makes it so, right?
Yes, for them, but I'm saying as a society,
Right,
we've
for
already
them.
agreed. We've already agreed as a society that this thing is like should not be allowed. Like you can't carry around, at least in our countries.
Okay,
carry
and you
around
make
knives,
an exception for Sikhs
yes, we are
because
making
otherwise they
exceptions
wouldn't be
for-
able to. Yes, and we make exceptions
Hold
all
on.
the
So you
fucking
make
time.
this exception for Sikhs.
We have
you
to
make
make
this exception for
exceptions.
Sikhs. You make this exception for Sikhs. That's fine. But
Yeah,
if you've
make
got a religion
exceptions
that
for
says like
hunters.
I can
You
marry
make
a
exceptions.
9-year-old, if you've got that
Okay.
exception, do you make that exception for them? No, you don't. Right?
Oh yeah, or
No,
Mormons,
because
like,
as I
all
said
wives.
Exceptions
earlier
go a
in
little
the
bit too far.
because
And
as I
I
said
think
because
carrying a
as I
knife around
said,
in public,
holy
in
fucking
in
shit,
the
dude.
context of Canada or the UK, where nobody else is really allowed to do so unless they're following other exceptions. I think a religious exception for that is too far. And you're saying,
Well,
well, no,
we're
it's not,
going-
because we want to maximize participation in
We're
society.
going
And I'm
round
saying,
in
I also
we're going
hold on,
round
hold
in
on.
circles
Hold
now.
on. You can say that. You can say that. Just please let me finish,
Okay,
and then I
fine.
swear to God, I'll listen to you. I have every single time. What I'm saying is, if we want to maximize participation in society, and you're saying, well, we're cutting out this like 2%, 3%, 7% of the population, whatever the case it may be, I'm worried about cutting out the rest of the percent of the population that isn't carrying a knife and now feels intimidated by a fucking knife on somebody else's hip. Why is that not a consideration that matters to you?
Is that happening? Is the 97.9% of people who aren't Sikhs, are they now not participating in Canadian society?
No, it's not. You didn't say participating. I think you said uncomfortable, and I would agree that I feel.
I didn't say
uncomfortable when
uncomfortable.
No, Chip said uncomfortable.
All right.
Participating.
I don't give a fuck if people are
Wait,
uncomfortable.
to be clear,
People are uncomfortable. People
to
are
be clear.
uncomfortable seeing me in public because I'm
Okay,
a
okay,
physically,
sorry.
physically
To be clear,
trans
to be
person.
clear,
Like, they can
to
eat
be
shit.
clear, Viv said participating, and then my language was comfortable participating.
Okay,
Sikhs
okay.
wouldn't be
I don't
comfortable participating.
Okay.
Yeah,
fair
I'm
they
also not
simply
comfortable
wouldn't. They
participating
simply
in
wouldn't
a
do it.
room. Like, I'm leaving that room, and I can give you the other example, right? What percentage of the U.S. population is police officers? When I see a police officer, look, I don't have a gun on my hip. They do.
Yeah.
When I see a police
Absolutely.
officer, I leave the fucking room. I move
I
away
don't
from them as
blame
quickly
you.
as possible because I don't want to
I
be
don't
around
blame
somebody
you.
with a fucking deadly weapon on their hip.
Yeah.
I think yeah.
I don't blame you. Abolish the police.
Oh, okay, well, you're moving off onto a different point. What I'm saying here is that even
No, I'm
2%
not.
of the
I'm fucking
population.
just being
I'm asking
consistent
you.
in the
I'm
point
asking
that
you.
I
Look,
made
I'm
with
gonna
all
look
the
up- I'm
different
gonna look up
points that
right
you're
now.
bringing up.
What percentage of U.S. pop is police?
Too fucking many.
So yeah, you want a
Abolish the
hardly
police.
You
armed
can say that.
populace
It makes you
in, like, a
comfortable. Well, my
disarmed
point here
state.
is these people have a weapon on their hip, and it makes
Yeah,
me
it's
feel
bad.
uncomfortable, and it makes me feel that I cannot participate in a space where they're in. So I leave it. The same way that if
Yeah.
I see somebody with a knife on their hip and I'm not allowed to have a knife, I don't want to be
Okay.
around them. It makes me feel uncomfortable.
So I think
How do
what
you not
Chip is
understand
trying
this?
to
It's inhibiting.
project
It's
in the
inhibiting.
conversation.
To bring it back to the same language, it inhibits my ability to participate in society because I feel threatened by the person that has the weapon.
Chip is saying he feels uncomfortable
Okay.
being around people with weapons.
I understand. I understand that.
Well,
However,
it's kind of hypothetical. Where I'm from, everybody's got weapons. It is what it is.
Yeah, well, in Canada,
Yeah.
you can carry pocket knives, multi-tools, things like that on your hip, as long as it's a tool. Like I said in chat, you can't just look at the letter of the law, but also the enforcement practices of police. I've never been stopped for having a pocket knife, or, the thing is, it has to be displayed openly. Right.
Yeah.
The only knife that's technically illegal in Canada is like a butterfly knife.
Butterfly knife. Yeah.
Other than that, you're good. It just has to be a tool, not a weapon. And that's a little bit why the Kirpan needed an exemption. One, because in the religion, it's expressly a weapon because they're like warriors, right? This is supposed to be something they can use to defend people. And so they needed the exception to be able to carry in public, but then also potentially in school or other places where normally you would not be allowed to carry a weapon.
Yeah, which that's fair to talk about, but I just want to point out that like we were talking about 2-point-something% of the population being Sikhs and being allowed to carry these weapons in Canada, and now I'm bringing up the comparison to police officers. It's different by an order of magnitude. It's about 0.21% is the statistic I'm getting right now. And I'm telling you, I try to distance myself from police officers because I don't want to be near them.
I agree.
You
Fuck
have the
police.
right to
So it
distance.
intimidates me and
But
it
I don't-
inhibits my
but
ability to
disagree-
participate in society.
There's a
Yes or no?
difference between there's a difference between one.
Yes
There
or
is a
no?
difference. Well, yes, but there is one. There is a difference between inhibiting your ability, right, and destroying your ability, right. You can go places. You can do things, right. You can be seen by other people, right. Like, it doesn't completely destroy your ability to participate in society. And two, there's a difference between it making you uncomfortable so you want to leave the room and you being unable to leave the house. If we started making laws around what people can and cannot do based on whether somebody felt uncomfortable around those other people, we would have a serious fucking problem. Like I said
You mean like
earlier, there's a
guns?
hell of a lot of
Wait, what
people
problem?
who would feel very uncomfortable being around me, right?
There's a
For
lot
being-
of
for being-
uncomfortable
for being-
I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
what
for being
problem are
trans,
you-
for
what-
being
what problem-
goth,
What problem are
for
you saying
being
we're
a
going to
chubby
have?
ass bitch.
mean,
What do
like
you mean?
guns?
What
Please,
problem
please
are we gonna
identify
have?
the problem that France has by making these bans. Please identify that problem.
They have a liberty issue.
I mean, they're literally banning fucking hijab in schools and shit now. They have serious
Yeah, but
fucking
that
issues.
doesn't change the argument
I'm
as to
fine
whether or
with
not
all
somebody
that.
should be allowed to carry around a weapon. I'm talking about religious
It's not a
symbology,
weapon,
which is
it's
what
a
they're
tool.
banning. And you can say that that's a problem, but I'm saying specifically in the case of a weapon.
I'm talking about the reasons why we ban
I mean,
or
hijab is
allow
a weapon.
things. I'm talking about the reasons why we ban or allow things, right?
Yeah, like
in the
public
case of
safety, public well-being, general
holy,
welfare.
holy fucking shit. We were talking about the ability to fucking participate in society, right? I said your ability to participate in society, although somewhat hampered on occasion, right, is not totally destroyed by cops carrying guns. I don't think cops should carry guns anyway. I don't think cops should fucking exist. Fuck them, right? But this is not an equivalent situation. You are trying to draw equivalencies where equivalencies do not exist. And if we're talking about what makes you uncomfortable and makes you want to leave the room because you think it's a threat, right? There are a lot of people who feel that way about gay people, trans people, black people, right?
Clowns.
We cannot start
Clowns,
legislating
definitely.
based on.
Yeah.
I mean, they are clowns.
Equivalencies. You're now talking about
They are
applying
clowns,
false
and we're not
equivalency
going to
between
legislate.
gay people and people
We're not going to
carrying
legislate
weapons.
based.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with Chip
Fucking
there.
ICP.
The equivalency you're drawing.
I'm not
is
drawing a false equivalency.
No,
you
you
said
are.
the reason for this is because you perceive it as a threat, and you feel
Yeah, a
uncomfortable
weapon
around
is a
it.
threat. Can you agree that a weapon
Or
is
black
a
people,
threat?
according
Just
to
like
some people.
inherently.
No, I will
like,
not agree that a weapon is inherently a threat.
You won't agree that a weapon is a threat. That's wild.
My,
I won't
my
agree that a
HOA
weapon
No,
is
hold on.
inherently
That's
are
not,
threat.
to be fair,
Personally,
that's
and
not what she's
property
saying.
values.
So
Rich.
what she's saying is, yeah.
He did literally say
Well,
that
let
she
Rich
will not agree
let
that a
Rich
weapon
speak.
is
He
a
just
threat.
got here. Let him do his thing.
So when people, all right, there's something called there's something called an enthymeme, and all an enthymeme is a syllogism with a missing premise. And anytime you hear a syllogism with a missing premise or an enthymeme, you have to figure out what the missing premise is, and you do that by generalizing the principle that is used to justify the thing. Right. So in your case, you're saying, I feel threatened or I feel uncomfortable when I see a weapon, and therefore they shouldn't be allowed to have that weapon. Right? Okay.
That's not what I'm
What's
saying.
the missing premise? The missing premise is if something makes me feel uncomfortable, it should not be allowed.
Yeah, that's absolutely the fuck not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we
Okay,
shouldn't make
then you
exceptions.
need right. So
I'm
then
saying that
you
we
need
should not make exceptions to allow people to carry it.
Right,
for
listen
when other
listen
people
to
aren't.
Rich. Listen to
Then why
Rich.
do why
He's
do
gonna
people
have-
want the
I will
he's
iPhone?
trying
listen to
to-
Rich.
he's trying to help you.
I think Rich and I are capable of having a conversation. I'm just refuting the way that he characterized my claim, and I'm sure he's capable of
didn't-
picking up on it and having a productive conversation.
Well, maybe you're just shit at explaining it.
Yeah, all I'm
trying to
saying
help you
is
explain
you
it.
might
I'm
want
just saying.
You might want
I'm
to
just
change
saying
the
let
way
them
that
film
you
it.
worded it, because the way that you worded it makes it seem that your discomfort is all the justification that's necessary to not allow the weapon to be possessed. And what I'm
No.
saying is that if that were true, then everything that would make you uncomfortable would be an argument for not allowing something, which I know you don't believe. So that's an
Yes, Rich.
opportunity to change the premises that you're presenting.
Yes,
So, I mean,
Rich,
if
you
it's
are
not your
correct.
argument, then
You are
why is it
correct.
brought
You
up?
are correct,
ahead,
Rich,
Chip.
that I do not generally believe that. What you're missing is that this is framed under the initial conversation of who should be allowed to carry a weapon in public versus who should not be able to. It's
He's not
not that
missing
I'm just
that.
generally uncomfortable by seeing weapons in public. What I'm uncomfortable is seeing a basis by which some people are allowed to and some other people are not allowed to on what I consider a completely absurd basis, which is going to be religion.
Well, and you
Right.
may well be
Every-
right about that, but the justification that you're giving at the moment, I don't think is enough. I think you need maybe a
Yes, sir.
better.
Yes, sir. But it's within the context of the argument that we were having before. That's all I'm saying.
Sure.
So every person who has a religious requirement to carry a ceremonial dagger in public has the right to carry a ceremonial dagger in public. There's not a single
Yeah.
citizen in the country who does not enjoy that exemption.
But you know what? Just to
well, I'm a
hold out an olive
Mandalorian.
branch.
Weapons are part of
just
my
to hold
religion.
out an olive branch here. You could
Chill
make
out,
you could, and people did make the exact same argument about gay marriage. Every single person in the United States had the right to marry somebody of the opposite sex, right? But like they didn't. But that didn't really help gay people all that much. Right.
So
No, I don't think it was recognized by the
from
state.
lack of
right?
choices in the chat, tell that dude Rich Smart, you not smart, you lose. And to IPA, homosexual is not a religion.
Homosexual's not a religion.
Amosexual.
Mandalorian.
Amosexual.
Oh, amosexual.
That's an orientation.
I
A
think
sexual
being Texan
orientation.
is kind of a religion. I would
Honestly,
argue
the
that being a Texan
American
kind
gun-
of is a religion.
American gun culture is borderline religion. In all honesty.
Hey, you know, we could probably solve this. We could actually solve this with using what America does with concealed carry. We just make like the distinction for the ceremonial knife or weapon be so narrow that it can only fit into that category, and then make people get concealed carry permits.
Wait, say more. I'm not sure I'm understanding.
We found the way around.
So if I can try and interpret your argument slightly better for you, your argument is that somebody being gay or somebody being trans or whatever is not in actual fact a threat, right? Is not in actual fact something that can harm you, right?
Right, but a knife.
But a knife is something that can harm you, right? And to that I would say that like a person can harm you with their fists, a person can harm you with any fucking object in their immediate vicinity, right?
A clown can harm you.
Right.
What if someone's walking out of the Hogwarts door with
They
a
could pick
hammer?
up a broom handle or a hammer.
Broom
You
handle,
could carry a
fist,
hammer.
knife,
You could have a hammer
brick
hanging from
hammer.
your hip, all you
Yeah.
wanted, right?
You know what's more efficient than all those things?
Are you
Not
carrying
making
that
the
bag
argument
around in that sports
for
store?
being armed.
I feel nervous.
I am threatened by all people.
I
with
don't know.
canes.
I don't know
all
if a
people with canes.
I don't know if
I think blind people shouldn't be able to use those walking sticks because
Yeah.
they scare me.
I
Especially
don't know if a blunt
especially if
curtain
it's a
is more
sword
of a
cane.
threat. I
Can we
don't
get
know
into
if
the
a
issue with sword canes? Okay.
I don't know if a
sword
blunt
canes
curtain
scare
is
me.
more of a threat to you than someone walking around with a hammer.
Yeah,
Now,
if-
most people
if-
that
no,
carry sword canes are bitches
these are
anyway,
just
so you don't
like
have nothing to worry
insane
about.
strawmans. I don't know if we're at the meme. I guess everyone's just meme it.
I'm pretty sure more
Right.
people have been strangled with rosaries than have been stabbed with Sikh knives in Canada.
That actually makes me feel better.
So, I would argue that it's not reasonable to see the Kirpan as a threat, right? Because it just isn't used in that fashion on any kind of regular basis. More people are killed with hammers, and you don't have this view about hammers. So,
Unfortunately, Rich, you
Yeah.
can't wear your scapula in Canada anymore because it's a deadly weapon.
Chip, do you think that parents should
I
be
could
able to
strangle somebody
refuse
with
medical
this.
service
I know.
for their children, including vaccination and medical procedures, because of their religion?
Of course
Sorry,
not.
could you say that again?
So there are religious exemptions, or they make the case that for their religion, people should not receive certain types of medical care, including their children. So refusing service.
Yeah,
for their
that just
children.
shouldn't fucking exist, because at that point you're harming another person because of your religious beliefs, and children cannot consent.
So could a knife.
Is this wait? Hold
children
on. Is
can
this like
generally not
strategic on
consent.
Rabbit Womed's part that it was Rabbit Womed who asked the question, right? Is this
Yeah, well, I'm
strategic
just
on your part to
asking.
get
I'm
me and
asking.
Viv to agree?
Well, I'm just asking to test consistency. So, and sorry, I missed your
Well,
answer.
of course, I'm consistent. I'm not sure if Viv's consistent on this because she's talking about other exceptions, but I wouldn't give an exception for this. Of course, I'm consistent.
Chip, you are
yeah,
consistently inconsistent.
I'm consistently.
And that's about as
if you really
consistent
wanna
as
think
you
about
get.
it. Metaphorically speaking,
My argument is and has been since the beginning, right? I said if you can prove that this is causing some measurable harm, right, then maybe I would agree with the ban. But I've not seen that proof yet. Whereas like allowing children to die because of the religious beliefs of their parents, I think that's a very obvious, almost tautologically harmful thing, right? So
Again,
like
the
I don't see how
harm-
I'm being
the harm is
inconsistent
that
here at
people
all.
have
That's
the
your
harm, to get
perceived
back
harm.
to the-
I just
the
don't
harm-
I just don't
that's my
agree with it, and
perceived
I've
harm,
argued
and I'm-
against it.
Well,
Yeah.
okay. Well, I just, you said I haven't provided it to you. I'm just providing what I provided, and I guess I'm sorry if we're looping, but my whole thing here is the harm
Well,
that
yeah,
I perceive
you haven't
here
proven
is
it.
that,
That's the problem.
I mean, I just
You have to prove
okay,
the
sorry,
harm.
Sorry,
I don't think I have to prove.
You just want to keep saying I haven't
So,
proven
to
it.
my
I don't think you've
understanding,
proven
you're
anything.
saying the
By
harm
the
to
way,
you
just to be clear, I
is-
don't think you've proven jack shit.
So, what you're saying, Chip, the harm to you is that it makes you uncomfortable in spaces. Is that the harm?
To an extent, yes, but I will expand on that just a little bit. It's not just that it makes people uncomfortable or makes me uncomfortable. It's that it lessens participation and the ability to participate and the productivity of society when people feel uncomfortable in a space. We want to make people comfortable in a space in a liberal society.
Sure. And
Man, I hate to say this, but you know where I've heard that one before?
Safe spaces.
Keep in mind, I grew up in the 1970s, shortly after the Civil Rights Act. There were certain lunch counters where respectable white women did not want to go because these days they allow anybody to sit at those lunch counters.
And by anybody,
Well,
I mean white
Rich,
people.
I'm getting Rich. I'm getting big Hitler drank water vibes off of this one.
Well,
Yeah,
and
it can
also,
be-
Rich,
it
I
can
don't
be
think that's
used-
really
I was waiting
applicable.
for Hitler.
I don't think that's really
Strom
applicable
Thurmond
anymore.
drink, but you know, hey,
Because
whatever.
in 2025, there are no more respectable white women. So this analogy no longer holds.
We've been down this route, right? So, one, are large numbers of people self-excluding from these spaces because of Sikh care pans? No, because Sikh care pans are not prevalent enough for that to even be the case, right? So, two, is it reasonable for you to perceive? Is it reasonable for you to perceive them as a threat? No, we've already established that. It would be far more reasonable for you to perceive somebody carrying a hammer. Not a Sikh care pan. No.
It's a bladed weapon. Why would I not perceive it as a threat?
Not all of them.
Because-
Not all of them have blades. Not all of
Because-
them are even in
because-
knife shape. They just
Yeah.
have a handle, and some of them are actually square.
Because
And
because
blunt.
a decent amount,
They never
because a
displayed
decent amount
like
of them
hidden
are
in the 4 layers
because-
of
Also, if it's not
You
displayed,
asked
it's
me-
still
you asked
the like I
you
can
asked
have
me a
I can have
question,
a
that's an
fucking
answer.
I can have a fake gun right in my pocket. I
Okay.
can point it at you.
Loaded or,
I could point my finger at you. I could
Right.
have a fake sword in a scabbard, and actually,
That's
it's just
very
the
true.
handle of the sword. It's just the
Yeah,
hilt.
if you wait.
Can I
the
ask
threat
you?
is-
Wait,
Can I
wait,
ask
sorry,
you? Are you
wait,
are you
let me
aware
respond
of
to
what a
Chip real
Sikh?
quick,
Are
real
you
quick, like
aware of
1
what a
minute.
Sikh care pan is?
I want to jump in on this. Just
No,
real
wait,
quick.
You're aware.
One at a time. One at a time. So starting with
Well, you need to pick
Zephyr.
the order, Lethy.
Yeah, I was about
Pick
to say
the order,
Zephyr.
Lethy.
Zephyr,
Moderate lead.
Okay.
then
Okay,
Andrew
okay.
Wilson,
The
and then Vivian.
the threat
Vince
the
will
threat you're
Andrew
describing,
fucking
Chip,
Wilson.
is
Andrew
Jesus fucking
Wilson.
Christ.
also,
The
I
threat
don't
in
know.
what the situation you're describing, Chip, is not the fact that the person is carrying a fake gun or a kirpan, is the fact that they're willing to threaten you with it. That's the difference.
No,
Well, hold
no,
on.
it's not because I'm
Just
describing
having
you
a
in-
weapon
Well,
is
he
not.
gets, he gets
or
to
something
respond
that
back.
resembles a weapon.
Sorry, Andrew, but he gets to respond back.
I'm describing to you the implication of it. So it's the perception of it. The same way that it's not the willingness to threaten. It's just the existence of the weapon on somebody's hip. If I see somebody carrying what I believe to be a sword around, if I see somebody carrying what I believe to be a knife around, that's going to change the way that I interact with them. Would you agree with that or disagree with that?
Disagree.
Disagree. It's not as simple as that.
You see people with what you perceive to be a weapon, and you
all the time.
just-
I grew up in Kansas, man. Everybody's always packing.
Okay,
I would probably be more
I'm about to jump
I'd
in.
probably be
so
more
what the
uncomfortable
fuck-
than
hold on, how the
Despy,
fuck
but
would anybody
that's not
from
the only
Kansas
factor.
fucking disagree with this shit? How would anybody disagree with this shit? There's the whole idea that a armed society is a polite society. And I'm not saying it's accurate. I'm saying the perception that somebody can check you and test you and has a fucking weapon on them and you might get fucking like, don't step out of line.
Murked.
Doesn't that change your behavior?
So just hide your weapon so that you can't see them. Unless you take them out, you will never know.
This is painful. Okay.
Well, you're not allowed to
know.
conceal your knife.
I'll let you go ahead. But,
Yeah,
I do just want to say, like, if anybody doesn't
second, Andrew,
recognize
you're
that a
up right
holstered
after
weapon
this.
is an implicit threat, I really don't think they understand anything that's going on here.
Okay, Andrew Wilson, your time to get the smoke.
Call me Andrew one more time.
Do it.
No, so look,
Do it.
I think people are looking at this all the time. I think Zephyr is close to the truth than anything. So when it comes to like self-defense or whatever, when Zephyr is saying is exactly true, the mere presence of any particular firearm or knife or whatever, especially in an open carry state, is not justification enough to just go like, oh, there's a gun, pop, 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 pop. Like, well, no, that's not how that works. And this is not legal advice, by the way. The self-defense idea, by the way, self-defense doctrine, there's a whole litany of things that it's a complete idea of the circumstance. I'll give you a good example. If you have like the person with whatever knife y'all are talking about from a religious knife, which is neither here nor there, the fact is if they were to brandish that particular knife and let's say they are yelling at
that
you,
might be reasonable to consider it a threat.
yeah, at that point then
Sure, but he's saying that's not even germane to it. Just let him finish, please, Viv.
What?
Andrew, continue.
No, wait, what? Okay, so
we're just talking like normal human beings.
I know.
Here,
All right,
okay?
so
Well, I'm waiting to
Well, I'm trying to
respond.
orchestrate. He wants to respond.
I'm about to land my plane. I'm about to land my plane.
God,
I'm
you're
about
absolutely fucking crashing out right now. Just chill, okay?
to land my plane.
Just
So,
chill.
y'all, I'm trying to be like the mediator in this whole thing.
Andrew,
I'm just
land the
only
plane.
presenting the facts. I'm landing the freaking plane.
I'm not mad. You're mad. You chill.
Hold on, I gotta take out a cigarette here. No,
Get the
so
hell
here's
back.
the thing: is all I'm arguing is that the mere presence
Leafy,
of
those
any
arms
particular
are
dangerous
making me
weapon in and of
uncomfortable.
itself is not justification alone to end up having self-defense. It is the totality of the facts of the particular incident. Like I said, if the sheik or whatever were to come at you and just start waving the knife around at you, yeah, you might have a better case. If the sheik is just walking around and you're like, oh,
The
knife,
sheik.
pop, pop, pop. Well, whatever
Like
y'all are
the
talking
Iron
about.
Sheik?
Seek.
Seek,
Hold on,
shake,
hold on.
whatever,
I wanna
okay?
respond to
He
what
can
he's saying.
destroy.
I wanna
Very
respond to what
different
he's saying.
things.
I want to respond to what he's saying, and I'm telling him I agree with you wholeheartedly. Somebody having, like, you perceiving that somebody might have a weapon does not justify you, like, escalating things to a point where you're doing some self-defense shit and, like, now you're taking them out. That's definitely not what I'm talking about. I've never made that claim. I don't know why I don't know how we got here. What I'm saying is I would behave differently around somebody who had a weapon on their hip than I would around somebody who didn't have a weapon on their hip.
Sounds
I
like a
would be
personal
lot
problem.
more- No, it can be a personal problem, but it's a personal problem for every goddamn person who meets
Not
somebody
me.
who has
It's
a weapon
not a
on their hip.
problem for me at all whatsoever.
Would you behave
So
differently
you
around a
personally-
woman
you
wearing a
personally,
low
hold
cut
on,
shirt?
hold on.
long
You personally, you wouldn't act differently around those people. Sure, but
I-
do you
I have-
understand? Do you
I
understand?
interacted
I'm
in
just- can I
society
just-
with
can I
them
just ask
all
a
the
goddamn
time.
question? Can I just ask a goddamn question? I let
I
you
think you're
fucking
being. I
finish.
think you're being.
And then
I think you're
everybody
being
comes in
actually a
cutting
little
me
bit
off.
dishonest
Like
here,
everybody comes in
Desperado.
fucking interrupting, and then like
fuck
I
off,
don't get the chance to
So,
respond to the person who's
Desperado,
directly.
Don't take 20 minutes to do
no,
it.
no, it's all good. It's all good. We understand you. So, Despy, I think you're being a bit
You don't
dishonest
understand shit.
because you live in Japan right now, right?
Yeah, right now.
So, yeah. Okay. So if you walked into a bar and saw a bunch of dudes in suits with guns,
Samurai.
Would you you probably would react to them differently than you would react to?
I probably wouldn't have been allowed in
right.
that bar because there'd have been people staying outside just saying, "No, get the fuck away."
Piss
I'll
off,
tell you, look,
Bacon. Yeah.
let me tell you something.
Just just engage with the fucking.
I'm in
hypothetical,
freaking
right?
Texas.
Yeah.
I'm in Texas. Okay, we have people. Like, hold on.
I understand.
BTF is not from
shut up,
Texas.
Andrew. I understand. The point I'm making is it also depends on the society in which you exist, right? Like, it's pretty fucking unusual to see people with weapons in Japan. You see somebody with a knife on their fucking hip and you're on the train, you're getting worried about a train stabbing, right?
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a different culture, though.
Yeah. But if you saw that in Texas, you wouldn't be worried about that.
No,
right?
no, I wouldn't be worried about that at all.
I was gonna say, like,
exactly.
there's like I call it garb. It's not really the right word, but like there is a like part of Western wear where people will have a knife in their on their back part of their pocket.
Yeah, like I've carried a multi-tool or a pocket knife or a Swiss Army knife on my belt in Canada for like years.
Like Kansas,
carry it openly.
Kansas,
anything.
Kansas is a concealed carry state, and I used to work at the local gas station in town, and we didn't have to worry about armed security because literally everybody and their brother was coming in with something on their hip. At least every third customer had a gun.
Yeah, guns don't fly around here.
But were they assault guns?
Were they what?
Assault guns?
No, they were.
Listen,
they were either what is it like pistols or revolvers. So
the people who do the quote unquote assault gun stuff where they like carry it around here in Texas, I look at it as complete fools. The open carry people who do that, they're like egging on like a fucking fight.
Yeah,
with
there's no need
law
for it.
enforcement.
Like, even though I say like, you know, everybody should have the right to be armed and all that sort of shit, up to and including fucking assault rifles and so. I think they should probably be like have the right to do that. But I think that like if you're gonna have an assault rifle, it should probably only be like when an assault rifle might be necessary. So at a protest, for example, you should.
But you cannot have a
an assault
bayonet.
rifle.
You cannot have a bayonet longer than 3 inches.
That's very dumb.
Because the knife is dangerous.
My bayonet's only 2.5.
By the way,
Sorry, what?
just doing a quick perusal of the interwebs. The most recent Kirpan incident I could find in Canada was 2021, and then you have to go back to 2010.
We've had
before you
lynching
can
since
find
then.
Another.
Yeah, it's just really, it's just really unlikely that somebody is going to stab you with a Kirpan.
Yeah.
It basically never happens. It happens once every fucking like 5 years or something. So it's the same in the UK because I looked it up a little while ago because there was a thing about a kid who got like harassed at university for wearing Kirpan. And I was like curious about like how many incidents there'd actually fucking been. And yeah, it's like it's the same here in the UK where we do actually have quite a large Sikh population. It's like, you know, they aren't running around stabbing people all over the fucking place. Sure, it happens like once every fucking 5 years. Yeah.
And question: when that incident happens, do they attack just the one person harassing them, or do they go around attacking a lot of people?
I don't know of any kind of like mass stabbing events involving a Kirpan.
So
it might have happened, but I don't know of any.
The chat is asking the Canadian the definition of an assault gun.
It's any gun that makes me feel uncomfortable.
It's a shotgun that shoots salt pellets at people. That's what an assault gun is.
That's assault gun.
For an assault rifle, but I know
rock.
it when I sees it.
It's like pornography, you know it when you see it.
Oh my god, it's too easy sometimes.
What's too easy? I'm confused.
Oh, when I said the assault gun as a joke,
Oh, okay.
and so now I'm Canadian.
Sorry.
Based. Fucking soy-Nadians.
Hey, we're gonna win this trade war. You just wait and see.
I hope you do. honestly. Fuck Donald
Hey,
Trump.
hey, whoa, hold up. I live here.
Yeah, well,
Hey,
tough
did
shit.
you hear about the new line of tariffs going in and on April 3rd? It's going to be automotive tariffs for automotive parts. And those are parts coming in, even if the cars are assembled in the United States, there's still tariff put on the parts that are brought in with the assembly and everything.
Well,
So,
those parts cross the border like 2-3 times, right? Like they can
yes,
be assembled
yes,
in the United States, go across the border to Canada to be like treated with coating, right?
Yep.
Whatever coating they need, that they get tariffed coming into Canada now. They're going to get tariffed going back into the United States, and then everything goes to Mexico, and they hit the other end of the tariff. Like there's going to be parts going into like especially things like F-150s and stuff like that
Yep.
are going to be tariffed like 2 or 3 times before they land
Yep.
in a vehicle.
because you'll have like they'll make like the frame of like the transmission in the U.S., then ship it to Canada to put all the internals into it, and then they'll ship it back to the United States to like put a sealant or something on it, and then they'll put it back or like send it back to Canada or vice versa to then install it into the vehicle. You've just
I'm sure
incurred.
that'll be fine and won't incur any extra problems for the United States.
Well, we're also gonna shut the lights off on the eastern seaboard, and we're gonna make Lethe's gas about 20 to 30 cents a gallon more expensive.
Joke's on you. I don't use gas.
Hey,
I got a Tesla, so
do you
I don't
ever
have to worry
grab an
about it.
Uber or anything like that?
No.
why Chip leave? I feel
You
bad
like
now.
walk everywhere? Is that your thing?
It's no.
No, I use hydrogen in my car.
Don't feel bad.
Or I get a bicycle.
Don't feel bad if he leaves.
I feel bad. He seemed like he was
You're
getting
one of
like
those-
genuinely.
You own that
upset.
hydrogen bomb of a vehicle. I forgot that.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
use it as a weapon in Ukraine against Russia. It was amazing.
Hey, also, Lethe, I don't know if you heard, Donald Trump still believes that undocumented immigrants are coming from insane asylums.
And
True
transgender
story.
mice. Yeah, I know. He believes a lot of
Yeah.
shit that's not true.
Yeah, the shit. Did y'all see the one most recently? The one about the signal leak stuff? Have y'all seen it?
Yeah.
Heard
That
about
shit's fucking. How would you not have heard of that? You live under a rock.
Hey,
I don't
some
know.
people-
I think
We're all politics
Hillary
people.
Clinton's private server was worse. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say.
Hey,
But her
no,
emails. But her
Yeah,
Despy,
her
Despy.
emails definitely.
Hey, Despy, it's listen, it's not a war plan, it's an attack plan. Okay.
Can I say
like
I'm kind of bitter
Oh my
right now?
god! Yeah.
I'm a little
That
bitter.
shit.
I had to learn a new term because of this bullshit. I had to learn what
Oh,
an
yeah.
N-word tower is.
You have to learn
oh
what?
what?
An N-word tower.
Okay,
How
and
have
what
you
is
never
it?
run into that before? What are you
It's
talking
when
about?
someone types an
I've
N,
got
then
one.
the next person types an I, then the next person
Oh
types
weird.
right, yeah, okay. I've seen that.
Oh,
I had to learn a new term.
I didn't know it was
Well,
called
watch
that.
your chat,
I
Lethe.
knew what it. I've seen.
Now my
people do
chat's
it.
doing it. See what I blame Trump for
wow.
this.
Do not
Alright.
fucking do that shit. I will fucking ban every single person in this chat if you do that.
No, they're not actually going to do it.
Hey, fun
I
fact
have,
though.
I have
don't
no
hate me
mod
enough.
powers anyway.
The
I
fun
don't have
fact,
mod
though,
powers anyway.
the U.S. military does not actually have a definition, like any actual definition for a war plan. Fun fact. So anytime someone wants to sit there and say it's not a war plan, as if there's any kind of like difference, it's a distinction.
Oh my god, that shit was so fucking dumb, dude. I saw some people saying that as well. It's not a war plan, it's an attack plan. I'm so
That's like saying we didn't like attack them, we
Just
assaulted
adopt
them.
me.
It's like
These people are just.
That's kind
They're
of
not
something.
serious.
Did you shoot him with a military rifle or an assault rifle?
These are like the sovereign citizen types who are like actually under maritime law. This is my vessel. Like when the fucking traffic cop stops them. Like actually this is a
Like,
vessel.
Sovereign
Like,
citizens are the
Sovereign
goofiest.
citizen people at sea.
they are so fucking
I will
funny.
say this is actually one of the times that I actually enjoy this because it's a litmus test for how people are like legitimately like sycophants versus like at least have like a little bit of principle left in them. Because the people who are defending this shit are absolute sycophants, and it's a litmus test. Like I'm now going to use this particular incident as my MAGA test. I have a few MAGA tests that I kind of throw out there. This one's a good one. If you can't
Are
sit
you
there
a
and acknowledge
reasonable
how-
human being? Yeah.
yeah, like are you like still on Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you can't even admit that they fucked up, right? Like you can argue over what should happen because of it, but if you can't even get to the point where you can admit that they fucked up by accidentally inviting a journalist into, an encrypted chat
It was
with
the
military
wildest shit.
information in it, like
The wildest shit was watching Tulsi Gabbard before the Senate committee yesterday, just being like, no, there were no details of blah blah blah, and then seeing that shit come out like literally the next morning, and then fucking what's his name, Mike Waltz or whatever,
Yeah.
was like I don't know how he got in here. He must have like basically like hacked his way in here or something, and it was like it was actually that he'd invited him, like Mike Waltz had invited him.
Signal should sue for defamation with that.
Well, the rumor, the most logical explanation that I've heard so far is that Mike Waltz was trying to add in JD and accidentally typed in JG, which then brought in that guy.
That's 2 days away.
Was he drinking with
How fat are
Hegseth and he
his
couldn't
fingers?
eat? His thumbs didn't work correctly. Is that what happened?
There it
They
is.
might have been too fat.
I'm sorry. It's criminal incompetence. All these people should be fucking charged with crimes. Tulsi
Not
Gabbard
everybody
should be
brushes
charged
their
with-
teeth in the morning with like some whiskey.
Well,
Isn't it a crime? Correct me if
Tulsi
I'm
Gabbard
wrong.
was getting called out, right, in the hearing because
Yeah.
she was trying to claim she couldn't provide the contents of the communication for national
Rabid.
security purposes, but then was
It's
also
awesome.
trying to say that nothing bad happened because no
Yeah.
classified information was being
Yeah.
shared in there. And they
That's
were like,
right.
look, you can't have it both ways. Either
Yeah.
it's national security information that's in there, or it's unclassified and you can share it with us.
It's
And
worse
that's-
than
that's-
that.
Act do you want to
Actually, that's incorrect. Like the law about sharing classified information says that this does not apply when asked by the Senate or the House investigating.
No, no, but that's not correct. No, so that's not
I
correct.
have
So
to do it in a classified setting.
yeah. So look, I had to pull this up from the Department of Intelligence, and they brought this up at the hearing today too. Hold on, let me see if I can bring it up real quick. Hold on. It talks about this particular one here. I got to pull it up. It's from the DNI. Let me pull this up. I'm trying to get to that section.
Don't type DNI because then you're halfway.
DNI?
Your N-word ladder.
DNI or DNR?
It depends on
Well,
like where.
If we're talking about Hexa.
Yeah.
I'm getting it pulled up.
Just to be fair, I'm happy they're deciding to drink with each other instead of underage girls. So this is a step forward.
Nothing in this section shall prohibit the
Oh, yeah.
furnishing upon lawful demand of information to the regularly constituted committee of the Senate or House of Representatives of the United
You
States
can
United or
provide-
Joint Committee thereof.
You can provide the information, but you can't fucking say it out loud on a televised
Yeah,
hearing.
it's look at this right here. This
that's
is
fine.
this is from the Office of Defense and National Intelligence, from their SOP or whatever. This was obtained through the FOIA Act, and it literally says 3.4.3 military planning. I don't know how much more direct you can get with that. And it says information providing indication of advanced warning that the U.S. or its allies are preparing an attack. And it says level TS, derivative ODNI mil T-14, dissemination control or dissim control, no foreign, and it says D-class on current date plus 25 years. Plus 25 years. That's how. And then it says remarks maybe REL to USA, and this is like the same old passport. So basically, all it is that this is exactly verbatim an information providing indication of or advanced warning that the U.S. or its allies are preparing an attack. TS, top secret. And then Tulsi was like, Tulsi.
Because it's
last thing
already
I said-
been revealed.
No. So Tulsi was sitting there. She was like, "Oh, well, that's from the national intelligence." So the senator or whatever was like, "Are you trying to say then that the DoD is going to be any different than this?" And she was like, "I'm not part of the DoD." It's like, sure, because it'd be the same.
Can anyone answer me? Is it illegal to lie before the House committee like that?
Yes, it
Like-
is.
Yeah.
No.
So like, if Tulsi Gabbard lied,
Perjury.
which she obviously fucking did. Like, she should be up on charges, right? Because this was my fucking argument, because people were like, oh, that doesn't contain any classified information, even after Krasenstein was fucking reposting that shit, wasn't he? I hate Krasenstein. I hope he fucking eats shit. What a cocksucker. Anyway, but the people were like, oh, it doesn't contain any classified information. I'm like, it clearly does. And if it does, then Tulsi Gabbard. But they were also saying that the guy who posted it, was it the Atlantic reporter, that he should be brought up on legal charges for leaking it. And I was like, there are a couple of options here. Either it contains classified information, and he should be up on charges. So should Tulsi Gabbard. So should fucking Pete Hegseth. So should anybody who was fucking negligent enough to post the shit with the journalists in the chat. Or it doesn't contain classified information, and then everybody should just be fine. And Tulsi Gabbard didn't lie before committee, and blah 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 blah.
So
right?
the argument came up that the individual that posted the information should have posted it sooner because it was a strike against protesters. While at the same time, this person didn't post the information until the administration themselves said it was declassified or was not classified. So that should circumvent that. The fact that they said this and there's a timeline showing this. But a lot of people are still mad because he didn't post it sooner because of whatever the case may be.
Yeah, he was trying to
cut. If the government says it's not classified, then, whatever. If it later
is a better argument.
Declassified, it's not his fault, is it?
But the interesting thing is, though, too, is that, like, when this first broke, I heard that it does not matter who was that added him. Every single person in that room that participated in that chat with this person in there could actually have been, like, if you wanted to go, and they were not going to be charged, but they technically could be charged because of violating, like, the fact that this was top secret or whatever.
So, but the problem is it's not that. It's the fact that, like, signals, I don't think is an acceptable form of communication to transmit.
That's not what Biden said. Biden said you can, but did not say for this.
Oh, did he?
The rich thing about it is that Pete was saying, like, it was so hilarious seeing Pete in the message chain going, we can't let this leak, or like he said something like this is top OPSEC or something like that. It was hilarious because it's like. Let me see if I can find it. He said something about it being like top OPSEC or something on.
Yeah, OPSEC is clear or something like that.
Yeah, like OPSEC is clear or something. It's like, bro, this is not clear. Like, this is a blunder.
As clear as my Everclear that I'm drinking directly from the bottle right now.
For real, man. I can't believe the CIA used the Signal. That's fucking wild. That was a revelation to me. The CIA using Signal. I thought they'd have some kind of like internal fucking system or something, but apparently no.
Apparently, well, the worst thing is
morons.
Now
can I help you guys a little bit on this?
Sure, go ahead, buddy.
Okay, First off, here's the problem with what we got right now with this entire issue.
Oh, no.
Every single individual that is there is in charge of their individual departments. So the classification information stuff that goes to ONI or DOD or Department of Justice, they're the head of that organization. They have the right to say, hey, guess what? I don't think at this time this stuff is classified or not. The argument now becomes, because what ends up happening is it's the next hire. So who's the next hire to the ONI and the DOD and whoever? Next hire to them would be the president. So now the question becomes whether or not the president says, yeah, it's okay or it's not. That's where the biggest problem is. Now, Tulsi is right about the DOD versus the ONI versus the other agencies. There is a general idea on what classification is. However, it's also real specific to each portion and part of it. And he's right. Absolutely. There are portions of it that do not apply across the board. The other one is on the Signal. The guy who's the head of the CIA already said, as soon as I joined the CIA, the first thing they did was to put Signal on my website or on my computer, and we utilized Signal. The problem with it, and that's also the reason why the Biden administration also said, yes, it is a tool that can be used. The assholes who were in there should have known better than to talk about the shit the way they were talking about it, but they thought they were covered. They weren't. The only one I can say I think my personal belief is all these motherfuckers should have been up against the wall, and then a week later the journalist should have been up against the wall because OPSEC needs to be maintained. That's just my retiree version of it. Okay.
Well, I don't think the
the
journalist should be up against the wall. He should just because he fucking.
Oh no! I'm gonna give him an extra week after the rest of them because of the fact that I'm
I
grateful.
don't care about the extra fucking week, man. You can't.
Okay, so let's be careful
anyway,
about
so that's me just being
language.
the man
You can't
that-
fucking arrest this
biggest
guy
issue-
for.
I'm being an asshole just to be an asshole. That was all.
Okay.
And we have
fine.
Samantha.
So just-
Hey, Samantha.
It does say
So, I
here
mean,
that the app is not banned outright, but they were instructed to use the app sparingly and never to share classified information on it.
Yes.
So
There were they fucked up massively, without a doubt. Even though I gotta say, one of them was smart enough to just put her initials and not her whole fucking name, which was pretty funny because that could have been, I don't know, Tony Jabroni that was talking, but that's just me. Like, at least he was somewhat smarter than the rest of those monkeys. But yeah, they were all a bunch of fucking retards. And
two or three of them were initials.
Huh?
2 or 3 of them were initials.
Were they?
Well, one of them was a
Yeah.
duplicate set of the same initials.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, honestly, yeah, they should all get the fucking. If it was up to me, they'd all get the chair. Because
Fuck yeah.
But now the question is who's going to give them the next slapping? Is it going to be the administration that's going to slap them?
Nobody's gonna do shit. They're all standing behind it. They're doing the didn't happen. Nothing happened. The second they mentioned a time, the second they mentioned what type of plane,
Oh yeah,
they fucked up.
And the fact that it was first strike, second strike, what happened? And see, this is the fucked up part. Like for me, well, no, me and Leaf had a whole conversation and typing about my version of why this is shitty. But yeah, I mean, and the hard part is that the only people that can investigate this are going to be the DOJ. And the question now is Patel going to fucking investigate them minus
Patel's on their team too.
Of course.
Well, yeah, and that's the problem with the Trump administration taking over and fucking over every supposedly independent or at least,
Oh nah, dude, this isn't just a
institution.
Trump. This isn't just a Trump issue. This is a
How is it
this
not?
is an institutional issue that has been running itself.
How is it not a
for
fucking
so long.
Trump
Oh,
issue
come on.
when Trump's fucking
This has been a
like
Nixon issue. This has been a Kennedy
To a
issue, a Johnson issue,
to a certain
No,
extent,
Reagan-
but like
Stop.
he
This is, I mean,
fucking
come on, dude. This
Alex,
is,
wait,
Alex,
Alex,
brother, I love you.
Hang on.
I love you.
Alex.
But if you remember, Alex, in
there's
our
a
war,
break-
in
Hold on,
our
Zephyr.
war,
Hold on,
Alex,
Zephyr.
Alex, in our war, right? We had
Yeah.
multiple times where Bush was held accountable for his bullshit. We had multiple times where Obama was held accountable for bullshit. If he tried something, he had a check. What's different about this is Trump and the cabinet put people in places that won't check
Exactly.
it.
That's literally what I'm saying. Like he fired a whole bunch of people from the DOJ
Alright.
and the DOD and installed his fucking stooges in there. That's what's fucking worrying about this shit.
And then all
is
the
there are no
independent
checks in
oversight
the
people,
administration.
all the independent oversight people that were the ones that would help like push back against Bush and Obama aren't there to push back because they got rid of them.
yes, they're not able to push back because of the fact that what
I also want to
we're stuck
respond.
with now
Yeah, I was gonna.
is we're stuck with a Congress we've got a Congress that is all one-sided, in control of the one side. There is no balancing out there because
Yes,
we
so
lost. I mean, it's the
but
shittiest part about it, and but that's
so
the
her
system we
point
haven't built.
stands with what she just said. It's not just it's literally just a Trump issue. This hasn't been
No.
like this before.
So, Alex, there's a literal
It is a
Wikipedia article.
Republican issue.
Alex,
It is a yes. Go ahead. Yep.
there's a literal Wikipedia article listing all the time Trump administration has leaked something, and that has put soldiers at risk. Literal Wikipedia article. You can go check it right now, and that's just from the first term, and we're literally on the 3rd month. Not even the
No,
third
it
month.
got even better. Pete Hegseth and Gabbard and all them, all their personal information, phone numbers, email addresses, passwords, and shit, that just got leaked.
Yeah.
They're investigating right now. They're investigating right now
Okay, when
because
did the fuck did that happen?
The Pentagon just found out, and this is
That was
through-
earlier today.
This is through military news. The military news were just put out. The Pentagon.
Darn, they got it. They got
Oh,
Samantha.
God damn it! They got you, Sam.
It was a dude.
Maybe
It was a
that.
dude's Venmo. He had like a public Venmo with all this contact information on it. and he just privated it after it got
Sorry,
discovered.
foreign adversaries. It found out that foreign adversaries might have had access to that signal chat.
Yeah, because what it was that Mike Waltz, I think they said, was in Russia, yeah, and the Kremlin when he was having these discussions.
Yeah.
When some of them were using personal phone, because I think Tulsi said she was overseas, but she didn't specify where, and she might have been using her personal phone.
They were headed to. She was headed to India. She was like in like Southeast Asia.
Yeah, but she wasn't able to give the country that she was at. She was like, I don't know what country I was in. I was like, bro, you can't even name the country? Like, I get if you can't name the city. But the fact that you can't even name the country in Asia that you were in, like, come on, Tulsi.
I heard she had a private mail.
The
server
Indian
on
can
her
name a
personal
country in
phone.
Asia?
Yeah, was it her or Trump that said that? I think it was Trump that said that she was carrying around a server with. Oh no, it was it was the press secretary. The press secretary was like, "Oh yeah, Mike Waltz had a server on him." I was like, "Wait, what? What?" This administration is a joke. I'm sorry, this is laughable, and we're only 2 months into this clown show.
Oh yeah, I'm absolutely agree with you. It is a clown show with shit, but it's a clown show we got. I mean, the only option. What's the option?
3.75
What the
more
fuck
years
does that
to go,
even
people.
fucking mean, Alex?
I mean,
What the
honestly, look. I mean,
fuck
here's
does
the
fucking
problem with it. What are you going to do the next time we have any ability to change anything? Is in the next 23 months when the next vote is. The only other option of that is people start doing shit that's gonna cause pushback. I mean, if you think you can take to the streets and burn shit down and it's not gonna affect anything, go for it. Do it. I mean, what you have to deal with the situation like we have now. I mean,
Do
what
not go
options do you
burn
have?
stuff down. Disavow.
Oh no, I mean that's the shit part. That I do not want that in any way, shape, or form, because that means other individuals like me, other cops who I'm retired now, but other cops are gonna have to kick the shit out of people that they might not want to kick the shit out of. Doesn't
They
mean
don't have to.
Keep asking.
Right.
Keep asking.
They have their preferences.
They probably-
on
they
the
don't-
mail.
They don't have to.
Everybody's so
Linda
quick.
Tirado didn't have to fucking lose her eye, dude. Like, they didn't have to fucking do that shit.
Alex,
Hey, I posted.
Hold on,
you
Mr.
keep,
Wilson.
you keep calling these people clowns,
Andrew
Alex.
wants to speak.
Oh no,
We
dude,
just
I'm
wanna
not.
quit-
Hey, I'm not
we just-
removing myself from the clown college. I was right.
No,
front and center in the
listen,
driver's
listen,
seat.
no. Everybody wants to call these people clowns, but like we're just still stuck at the circus, and I just want out of this fucking place, dude.
Oh, true story. Yeah, look, yeah, no doubt.
Hey, check
But
out
it's what we got.
the yeah. So
the
I
hard
posted
part.
something. I posted something in General Lethe. You can take a look at it. Once again, Christine Ohm is
Do you
now
smoke
using.
cigarettes?
No, hold on. Let me go grab a pack real quick.
I don't care about you changing your name to Vince Wilson. I'm still calling you Doghouse. Fuck
That's
off.
okay. You can do that.
Dead
Hey, look,
name.
I'm trying to take on a more professional name instead of like Doghouse. It just sounds like a really stupid name. So,
Yeah, but it's where you belong.
well, you know, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. This is, yeah, you're not wrong.
Hey,
I just don't know.
you might want to post that Coco Melon show that's in the background there. Put that in side chat as well too, if you can.
Hey, listen, this is the part I'm having like a desk in like our bedroom right now. This is the downside.
This
It's
is
not
why
everyone
your
has
wife
access to
and I both agree that you belong in the doghouse.
This is probably my sign to sign off. And it's actually Masha and the Bear or whatever. It's actually, I think it's a Russian. It's like a U.S. but like it's a U.S. show with Russian, yeah, like a Russian girl with a Russian bear or whatever. And then like in the back you can see like the Soviet Union or something like that. It's a really weird show, but you know.
Are they speaking highly of like Vladimir Putin and like the Kremlin? Is that how this show operates?
No, honey, that's the Trump administration and Fox News.
Have you now?
Oh, is that what you're watching? Did they put that on Fox News now?
Maybe. Hey, Fox News is now Russian is RT. Okay, I don't know if you heard that or not.
I always thought it would become Al Jazeera, but what can you do?
It's Pravda. Pravda 87.0.
This is how I feel. We're feeling like Word probably is trying to teach my kid Mandarin. Yeah, all of a sudden the panda showed up and it's like, wait a second. All right, so we settled all that. I'm glad we were finally able to settle all that.
We've solved American politics.
I think
Hey, dude,
it's-
it is the worst curse ever. May you live in interesting times. This shit is
So-
some interesting fucking times.
The one
Just
part
saying.
about it that I'm not entirely 100% on is the idea that they were using an app that's going to delete the messages on its own, and there wouldn't be any record of the battle plans that were made. Like, how is that legal?
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure there's a record of the plans themselves elsewhere, but I agree in sentiment that there would be no record of this conversation, and that needs to be available to the American public to, FOIP or whatever it is you guys use down there.
Yeah, I think they're supposed to record it if they use that.
At least keep a copy of it on their private mail server.
Yeah.
Which I sincerely doubt they did. So,
Or at least send emails to each other on their their private emails.
Well, I mean, the good part is they don't have to save it now because the Atlantic guy's got all of it. So, I mean, hey, they don't have to do anything. He's got the shit for him. So, I mean, that's taken care of. He'd be like, I don't know, just call the Atlantic guy. He's got my shit.
I'm just curious what other chats look like. Like, that's just the one, but how many other chats? And did y'all see too that there was a nominee that was in the actual chat room that was not even like appointed yet? It was like Josh Kent or something like that. They're just adding like a random person in there that's not even like an actual member yet.
I mean, hell, like Elon took 3 people who weren't verified to go through like all the fucking American stuff, like their private information. Why is that there?
If you're not hiding anything, then you shouldn't be worried if people see your information.
The only message you're going to get is something like Haig says, saying like, remember everybody that Monday is mandatory mojito Mondays. Everybody has to have a mandatory mojito on Monday.
Hey,
especially
mandatory fun days. Okay.
It's even the crazier thing too is I would recommend watching the the Trump press conference he did in the Oval Office when he thought signal meant like an actual cell phone signal, and he was like, I don't know, maybe they shouldn't have a good signal or something. Like they say it's like this new thing or whatever. Like they should revamp it or something. I'm like, bro, it's not an actual signal, you dumbass.
These people should be nowhere near the levers of government.
I mean, you've been on Twitch full this long. I mean, you know what it's like to reason with retards. I mean, isn't this part of the fucking course?
Wait. Yeah, Viv just talked with Joe. So yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
To be
mean.
fair,
Bro, that
Even-
conversation was whack.
tell us
dude.
about it, Viv. Tell us about it.
Yeah, Viv.
Wait, wait, what?
Get in here, please.
Who did I
That
talk
guy
with?
is- that guy has issues.
A gentleman named KungFuJoe explaining the
I didn't-
fruits of his belief system.
I'm not really gentle
I'm
and
not
not
sure
really a
this
man
motherfucker
either. So.
I'm not sure this motherfucker understands basic logic or syllogisms. Remember, like, really early in the fucking conversation where he was like, that's a genetic fallacy? And I was like, hang on a second, no, it's not. Like, even what you're accusing me of is not a genetic fallacy. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Do you know what a genetic fallacy is? And he like said some shit, and I was like, no, it's not that. It's that it gave him the fucking definition. He was like, no, it's not. Look it up. And then I looked it up. It was the exact definition. He's like, well, I'm using it in an alternative way. I'm using the other definition. I'm like, okay,
Proprietary
yeah.
definitions
It's-
are retarded, and people that use them should be treated as such.
but as a good leftist, I am
Alternative
open
facts,
to
yeah.
alternative ways of knowing and learning.
True. Yeah.
So
I don't know what the fuck I was supposed to learn from that, though.
Well, you said you wanted to talk to him. I made it happen, but you hit the same roadblocks and said damn near the same things I did in my conversation with him. I just took more time explaining things. It was like 3.5 hours, and you only had like 2. But even the question on
He just
logic.
keeps on using words that he doesn't understand the meaning to. But the words are like logic. Like, do you know what logic means?
I am convinced. I am
You know what
convinced
that
he
means?
bought. I am convinced he bought
I
that
don't know,
Andrew
go-
Wilson like training camp thing or whatever for like $500. I'm near certain at this point.
That shit exists. There's
I
an
believe
Andrew
it
Wilson
did.
training camp shit. Oh, no, bro, no.
I mean,
No.
Andrew Tate will teach you to be a cam girl for free. So
The Andrew Wilson Alpha Camp. Become an Alpha Christian conservative. Learn all about the Eastern Orthodox Church.
2 cartons of cowboy killers included.
Wait, was that you made the voices? I'm sorry, why can't I hear my phone? Viv, was that you?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, that was, dude. I ain't gonna lie. You get some up pluses on that. Shit was awesome. Good job. That was
Bro,
funny.
you
as
haven't
fuck.
even heard my radio voice yet. I don't know if I want to do it on stream. I used to have an interesting voice back in the day.
By the way, on that thing, that logic and religion and shit, animals have been observed to have logic and also have religion.
Religion?
Yes, like, depends on the definition of religion, so I can tell you the experiment that they did, and then you can interpret it. So there was a group of monkeys, and basically there was food on top, like hanging from top of the cage. But any monkey that tried to grab it, would, like, all the monkeys would be sprayed with cold water. And so any monkey, obviously, that tried to climb and take the fruit or berries or whatever the fuck it was, all the other monkeys kind of started pulling them down because they did not want to be showered with cold water. And what they slowly did, they replaced. So they started out with 5 monkeys, and then they replaced 1, and then the 1 monkey then came in and wanted the berries. So started climbing the tree, and the other monkeys pulled him down.
So are you telling me 5 little monkeys climbing up a tree, 1 fell down and bumped his head? Someone called the doctor, and the doctor said, no more monkeys climbing up the tree.
No.
So,
it's
so
different.
how
So
is
here's the twist.
How,
I'm
like,
coming
how
to
is
it.
this
It's not-
religion? Yeah.
I'm coming to it. So eventually they replaced all 5 monkeys, slowly, one by one. And any monkey that tried to climb up the tree would get brought down, and none of the monkeys knew why. They just basically took it on faith. So, I know, it's like, you kind of had to stretch the definition, but in my sort of
You have to
definition of
absolutely
religion,
stretch the definition. This is not religion. There is no religion.
well, in my sort of definition
This
of
is
religion,
just social. That's just social learning. That's all it is.
but I don't know.
What is religion then?
What I've heard on the religious side that I've ever heard the argument was actually with the elephants. That the herds of elephants would go back to where their ancestors, like other elephants, the older moms would die, and all the elephants would like get around and touch the skulls and shit and like stay there for a day, and then they'd go on to someplace else. But they kept seeing them come back to the places where all of the dead elephants were at, where like the mama elephant died.
So,
I mean,
like,
that's just-
ancestor
I mean,
worship.
Yeah,
To
like
me,
ancestor.
to me that no. To
Yeah.
me
I mean,
that
but
kind of
is that-
fits in
is
with
that-
like
is
hormones
that even
and
ancestor
shit
worship,
like that.
or is that just like
Yeah, that
hey,
can
this is
fit
where
with just
grandma
beef.
died?
Real quick, so Viv, I was gonna sit there and I was gonna be like, okay, maybe not, because I couldn't find Andrew Wilson's like camp. No, it actually does exist. It's called debateuniversity.com, and it says Andrew Wilson is a premier online debater, having participated in thousands of online debates with high-profile opponents of all political positions and religious persuasions. In his first ever online debating class, Andrew, along with additional
Yeah, I
subject
should
matter,
start my own debate camp.
it's pretty gnarly. I think that's what.
I'll do it. I'll just do exactly what Andrew Wilson does and feed a bunch of shit into AI and then give it to them as coursework. Done.
Yeah, I think Joe
50
probably
grand.
bought into this at some point.
What a fucking moron, dude. Jesus fucking Christ.
What was
I
the
don't
part
know
about
how
logic, Zephyr? Like, where do we get to logic?
Logic
in
is like
animals?
very clearly observed that if you hide food behind like a red circle and a blue circle, and the animal, like Pavlovian response is kind of logic, based on logic. Animals have been known to count. It's basically
Can it
level
not
logic,
just
right?
be
It's not like
instinct?
complex, obviously not complex philosophical stuff.
I mean, can it not just be instinct though? Like, I don't know if Pavlovian response is like can be classified.
Yo.
as
So
not
anything
like
learned,
it's not like
Pavlovian
they're-
response. Wait.
It's
Pavlovian
not like they're
response is a learned
necessarily
response. It's not an
engaging in-
instinctual response. It's a learned
I
response.
don't know
Hey.
if that's the case.
Hey, so just so you know, Viv, I'm actually like getting more and more concerned that he actually bought into this, because one of the ones that is a course in this is a course in logical fallacies, and one of which, you're going to believe this, genetic fallacy with Chase Haggard and David Patrick Henry.
Genetic fallacy.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, if you watch these people often enough, you're going to learn debate terms, and you're going to use debate terms. You're going to use them wrong, like he did.
You can use it properly. Yeah, that's the thing.
People hear straw
If
man.
he's
People hear
taking this
two
course-
cocaine. People hear ad hom. They don't know what ad hom means. It's usually used improperly if you don't know what it means.
Yeah.
Strong
It's
man.
like, oh, you're ad homing right now, and you're like, no, I'm calling you a fucking idiot. In addition to destroying your argument, like that's not ad hom. That's just
No,
me
no,
having
like
fun.
you were given a hypothetical, like it's like you're given a hypothetical. It's like, oh, you're straw man. It's like, no, like it's a hypothetical. How is a hypothetical a straw man?
But yeah, I mean, look. If he did take the course, he either failed it or the course is terrible. I don't know. What the fuck is-
Why?
And it
Why
could
not
be- it
both?
could be-
Why
it
not
could be-
both? Seriously, I mean,
If you
both-
really want
both?
to
Yeah,
confuse them,
both is
just give
good.
them a hypothetical about straw.
Oh my god. Just blow their fucking minds, dude. Oh no. So what if there was this straw man, right?
Yeah. It was made out of straw, you see.
He was made out of straw, okay? And he had a whole bunch of opinions that you don't have.
Yeah. What if
Alright,
he was
Can I help
wrong?
you out with that? What if the straw man was dating a cocaine girl? Would their
What?
relationship be better because of the fact that it's the straw? And I'm sorry, I'm just fucking around because I'm having fun.
So long as that straw
wow,
isn't
never would
used
have
in a
guessed
hot
that.
drink,
Oh my lord.
Alex.
the straw man's naked
sorry,
because
you're
it's
right.
a straw man
I
phallic seed.
apologize. I do apologize.
Alex, I'm just asking, what if the straw was
Alright,
used in a hot drink? Then can you drink it?
Before or after you use the cocaine?
During.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, you can stick anything up your nose. I mean, it fuck you up. But I mean, hey.
Yeah, but if you're a Mormon, you can't have a hot drink.
Oh, you mean? Oh, you talking about? Oh, yeah. No.
Hey, we
that
got a
one-
call
yeah, no,
back.
I haven't been to that cousin in a couple of months. But yeah, you're right. No, I don't think I'd do cocaine at her house. That might be one step too far. Yeah.
They'll take your special underwear away.
I just mean hot drinks.
Yep. Yep. I still do it. I still bring the coffee to the Mormon's house, and they still get mad.
Iced
So-
coffee. Bring him iced coffee.
Would I have been an asshole, Viv, if
Yep.
I'd have asked what makes
sorry.
your proposition a candidate explanation?
Sorry?
Would I have been an asshole if I had asked what makes your proposition a candidate explanation?
I don't know what you mean by candidate explanation.
I think he's rapping.
So you're saying he's saying because human beings have
you don't
logic.
understand what the black dude's saying, so you assume he's rapping. What the fuck kind of racism is this?
No. I say that because he's known to rap. That's why I said it.
Am
Not
I
because
known
he's
to rap?
rapping.
I don't think people know me to rap, but still, all the same.
You're known. You're
Well,
known to
no,
rap,
they
are you?
see
I
you
know
and
this
they
to rap,
think,
so.
oh yeah, he must rap.
Yeah, that's a
he
rapper.
must listen to Debbie Harry.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no.
And rapping Reggie.
Anyway,
So
sorry.
What,
Yeah, a
what
candidate
makes,
explanation.
so the idea that logic exists says that a God exists. So how do we know that it's your God or somebody else's God? Like which God would it be? And how do we even say that it's a God in the first place? It's not just a product of the universe itself.
It's the Bible, dumbass. Stupid fuck.
Because like if somebody stole my sandwich if something stole my sandwich out of the refrigerator, and I'm the only one that lives here, what would be the candidate explanations for why the sandwich
What have you
disappeared?
got? What have you got? Fucking onions for
I took the
brains?
sandwich.
The Bible. I report. I can't believe how stupid you are. Oh my god. The Bible says it, dude. Have you not read the word of God? You fucking moron. You simpleton. Sorry. I'm over it.
I mean, logically speaking, technically, you
Is
could
that how the
not
panel went?
remove the
That's
potential
pretty much
that
on
God
it.
did take your sandwich.
It's pretty much how it went. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm pretty certain that according to KungFuJoe's religion, he hasn't read his Bible. He's read a Bible, but he's not read his Bible.
Which one's his
that
Bible?
remind me
Well,
when
yeah,
he says
because he'd
that.
have
The
to be a
Greek
Greek, like,
Orthodox
ancient Greek. Yeah,
Bible.
you'd have to read ancient
Now, hold
Greek.
on a second.
Well,
This
I
is
kind
interesting
of
because
dipped into that. I kind of dipped into that at one point with the reference to Arsena Koitai, because he was talking about the different verses that banned that were against homosexuality. He said there were like 5 or 6 of them, and I was like, well, we could go into those. We could argue about those if you like, because I think some of them actually don't refer to that. But I don't think he knew what Arsena Koitai means, which is wild if you're one of those Christians who's like, I'm Eastern Orthodox and I'm really, really against the gay people. I would have thought you'd have looked into these verses a little bit more. Right.
Well, he's just a recent convert at the same time to Greek Orthodoxy. So we're talking like less than 6 months. This guy just converted, and apparently he's already read the Bible for the Greek Orthodox.
Wow, that's so crazy.
Yeah,
Reading's
very
not that hard when you don't know how to
crazy.
read.
In Greek.
All right, I gotta go.
Yeah.
Have a good night, everyone.
I'm just saying, like this guy maybe had read like the King James version or something, or like the North American version. What?
Reading is not that hard when you don't know how to read.
you can just pretend what you think it says, and then that's what it says, right?
No, but Zephyr,
Yeah.
you have to understand the fruits of the book itself.
Fruit with all the fruit again.
I'm still working.
Interesting.
I like when he says
Greek
there's like
Orthodox
subjective
read the
interpretation of the
Septuagint.
Bible.
Wait, hold on.
But when
What
you
did
ask
you
him
say,
about,
Rich?
oh, sorry.
the Greek Orthodox read the Septuagint. I just looked it up to see what their version is.
They do.
And then that's what they read for the Old Testament. And the New Testament is a 1904 patriarchal text, which means it's a even it's before the Dead Sea Scrolls discovery.
Mm-hmm.
So the more sort of recent adjustments would not be there yet. And I would imagine that because they haven't had a church council since the schism, it's been over 1,000 years since they've had an opportunity to update anything.
Not quite 1,000 years, but getting pretty darn close.
Yeah. Interesting.
I like how he says that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
And I want to say it was like what is it, 1048, 1068, something like that was the Great Schism.
1054.
1054. Okay.
So, to even get into theology and interpretations, the whole deal, to take one story that a lot of people take for being anti-gay, people like to take Sodom and Gomorrah. Where that story, if you were to go to seminary,
Well, it's about them raping angels, man.
Well, it's yeah, that's part of it, but it's more so about hospitality. So the idea that these people came into town, didn't announce themselves, they were going to get buck broken as a lesson for hospitality, which is what wasn't understood about the story to begin with. So the alliteration then eventually gets to incest, which goes against everything he was possibly saying in regards to the morality that his book brings up. So in that story, basically getting buck broken is the lesson that was going to be learned for not being.
I'll be right back.
I don't know why this motherfucker's so against incest. The Bible's full of it. Dude.
Exactly.
They're all fucking each other. Mothers, fathers, daughters, fucking nieces, nephews. I don't know. Incest is explicitly allowed in a Christian
Is
worldview.
it? But per chance, is it only in the Old Testament?
No.
The Old Testament, as I was reliably informed, it deals with Jesus didn't come to abolish the moral law; he only came to abolish the ceremonial law, right? Mosaic law. So,
I forgot the moral of the story. The moral of the story was that Lot's daughters basically took advantage of him while he was drunk and asleep, and they had 2 kids. Those 2 kids were the Moabites and the Ammonites, and that gives the Jewish people the ability to make fun of that tribe for being born of incest to begin with. So that was the moral of the story.
Yeah, makes sense.
Go ahead, Zephyr. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
It was all good. I was just saying, like, when he says things like, "Oh, all other interpretations of the Bible are subjective," but then motherfucker chooses to only believe in the New Testament and disregard the Old Testament.
Yeah, as
Like,
as a Greek Orthodox,
He believed in the Old Testament as well. He said, he said.
Oh,
the
should have
moral
brought up
laws in
slavery
the
then.
Old. Yeah, well, I mean, maybe you could argue that slavery is a ceremonial law. I don't. You could try. You could have a go.
I'm pretty sure, like he said pretty openly that, oh, that's the Old Testament shit. You got to know what the Old Testament is, what the New Testament is.
No, he said that slavery wasn't allowed by God, but it was practiced by human beings, and because we were told to follow the laws of the land, the slavery was permitted under those auspices.
Then how do the angels work with God?
I never got that far with them, but I'll be right back.
I'm just saying, like, they don't have free will. They do what he tells them to.
Sort of.
Yeah,
the way it
I'm
was
kidding
explained to me, I forgot where I heard this. That angels have free will once, and they can they can exercise choice once. But then once they make that choice, they can never change it.
Mhm.
So, which is why a third of the angels fell, because they made the choice. They made their one choice, and now they're irredeemable. Apparently. Not sure how happy I am with that explanation, but that was what I was told.
Hey, but here's the thing: knowing that you get a chance to make a choice, but in so making that choice, you're basically damned. Is that really a choice?
I don't know what most people think. Like, they would have to be extremely principled, right? Because they would have to make that choice knowing what the consequences would be. And I guess your two choices are to say they did know that what the consequences would be, and they chose it anyway because they were that deeply principled. In which case, I'm impressed. Or they didn't know. Therefore they did have free will because they didn't have the foreknowledge of the consequences that would dissuade them from making a choice, and so it was a genuine choice. On both sides, the ones who chose to obey and the ones who chose not to. And then once they found out the consequences, well, then it was too late because they can't change their mind back again for some reason. Don't quite understand that, right? So, I mean, I would think the more likely thing would be to just say that, no, they all are redeemable still, and they just haven't redeemed themselves yet or been redeemed yet. But if they ever choose to seek forgiveness, they too can get it. That, to me, would be a logical explanation, but I rarely hear people argue that.
Yeah, it seems, what is it, from everything that we know about them, that just seems like it's like impossible.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like, at least I've never seen any kind of an indication that a fallen angel could somehow not, shed its damnation.
It's like the whole thing. Like, all of us have access to a yacht. It's just that we don't have the money to pay for a yacht.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
And that's kind of how it feels.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would say, since we're reading Dante on Saturdays, I would imagine that Dante would say that the devil is redeemable, but he doesn't have it in him to seek it. Like, he would never want it, right? So he never stops flapping his wings, for instance.
Right.
But that's because of the nature of the devil, not because it's been cut off from him from the outside. I guess would be the argument that gets made. But for the rest of you, like, the metaphor in Dante's Inferno is that hell was created by Satan falling from the heavens, and he falls into Earth, and he creates this massive crater, and that big crater is hell. And as you descend down into the circles to get to the bottom of that hell, you eventually get to the devil himself, who is locked inside of a frozen lake. But the only reason the lake is frozen is because he's been flapping his wings furiously, and that's what's frozen the lake around him. And if he ever stop flapping his wings out of rage, then the ice could melt and he'd be free. He could escape. But it's his own fury that's keeping the ice frozen. And that's why he's stuck. It's a beautiful metaphor. I mean, a really well done metaphor.
And
I must say.
And to be fair, we're talking the top ring all the way down to his ass crack, because that's part of the story.
Yeah, that's how you escape, is by sliding down the crack.
Sliding down his ass crack.
Yeah. Which I always thought was a nice touch.
That'd be a great metal band.
Satan's ass crack.
This last one, it's full of jokes like that. This last canto that we just read, there's a demon called Evil Tail. And we didn't realize until we got to the end of it that the reason his name is Evil Tail is at the very end of the canto, he lets out a ripping fart.
Yep.
Dante.
Christianity is pretty dumb.
No, they were pretty brilliant.
Oh, very funny, but yeah. Good old
Hey,
Dante.
all I'm gonna say is that those 14th century fart jokes hit just as well as the modern times.
As in, they don't really hit. Like, they only hit if you're a fucking 5-year-old. Yeah.
I guess I must be 5 because I
Now
laughed my ass off when I read it.
So you got kids, so you got a kid's sense of humor. That's just how it goes, I'm afraid.
I had a kid's sense of humor before I had kids.
I was trying to give you benefit of the doubt. Come on. I was trying to help you out, dude.
I don't think you would ever outgrow fart jokes, just being real.
Nah.
Nobody heard my 14th century fart joke.
14th century fart joke?
Died, thou smelt it, dealt it.
Is
I
it just
regret
14th
everything.
Because you said thigh? Is that the? That's so dumb.
The
oldest joke in history is or at least the oldest joke we're aware of, is a fart joke. So, since time immemorial, a woman has never sat on her husband's lap and not farted. That's the oldest recorded joke that we have access to.
Are we serious?
Yeah.
I quit.
It's from Sumeria. Yeah.
An ancient Sumerian fart joke. I'm done.
Yeah. It's the oldest fucking joke we know of. It's
also funny that
somebody else can Google and maybe
someone in
correct me. I
ancient
might be wrong,
Sumeria referred to all of recorded history, which means there must have been a lot of recorded history before that thing that we don't know anything about.
Yeah, entirely possibly. I mean,
Like,
we had all the cuneiform.
To them,
stuff,
those
but,
were
like,
modern times, right? Like
a lot of the. Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
There's
but like a lot of
cave
the,
paintings. There's
a
cave
lot of
paintings
the-
with stupid fart jokes.
I imagine there probably are. I just mean the oldest written joke that we have access to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, so Sumerians wrote on cuneiform, which are little clay tablets with which they made impressions in, right? And because they're on old clay tablets, we don't have a lot of them. We've got some, but we don't have a lot of them. So who knows how much like recorded history there is? And it's only relatively recently that we've started being able to like, because it took a while for us to crack cuneiform as a language, right? Like it took a while for us to understand it. So it's only relatively recently that we've begun translating them, only in the last like, was it like 30 years or something? I know that sounds like a long time, but when you're talking about trying to dig up all this stuff and find it and then translate it all, like most of what we have is just sort of records of like this grain went here, this person stole from so and so and was fined, blah blah blah. Like most of it is just those sorts of administrative records. Sorry, am I boring anybody? I find this
How
shit
can we be
very
sure if we don't know
interesting,
how
but then
to read it?
Sorry?
How do we know if we didn't know how to read it?
I said we didn't know how to read it until recently. No.
Well, that was a joke.
And then immediately a new fart
relatively
joke was unearthed.
And in that way, a new fart. Yeah, that's very true.
Well, new to us.
And think about what AI is going to be able to do.
The fruits of God's God's prophecy.
No, that was the fruit of the loom right there.
Wow.
You're helping us to be able to keep this thing.
An ancient raspberry. So, Rich, I'm glad you didn't catch any of that conversation, but it pretty much always goes the same way every time.
Oh, that was it. Sorry, it wasn't since all of recorded history. Sorry, I just remembered. It's a thing that has not happened since time immemorial. A woman has sat on it. Yeah, a thing that has not happened since time immemorial. A woman sits upon her husband's lap and does not fart.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's double negative, so it still counts.
Yeah, it's a double negative.
So I wonder what time immemorial means to them. Like how many generations back were they aware of?
Yeah. And what kind of civilizations and societies and all that sort of shit, like, might they tell us about if we could find everything they wrote down? That would be really cool. I want to know.
Yeah.
I mean, we know about a lot of civilizations that like didn't leave any recorded language at all. So like maybe we could find out more about them too.
I mean, sometimes you think about like the Dead Sea Scrolls or the recent finds at Herculaneum, where they figured out how to scan inside of the scrolls without unrolling them.
Yeah.
And stuff like these things that we find, they fundamentally change the way that we look at.
Yeah. Like when I was at university, there was in East Anglia, there was a new dig, and I knew about it, but I wasn't allowed to actually even talk about it. It was crazy. I'm not even joking. I'm not trying to pretend like I'm some CIA agent or some shit, right? But I knew about it because my professor knew about it and some other people knew about it, but we weren't really allowed to talk about it because they were still uncovering the dig and they didn't want people going there and fucking it up, basically, right?
Oh, it's like you find it with the new pyramid shit, like you don't need a lot before some crazies just make up shit.
But so what we had, and this is one of the like things that I find really, really interesting about English history. What we found was a Roman villa full of like post-Roman artifacts, right? So like Romano-British stuff, coins, fucking pottery, whatever, which showed that these Roman civilization didn't just straight up fucking collapse, right? Like the Romans pull out in 450 AD technically, but there's a lot of people who've just made lives there. There's a lot of people who've learned shit from there. Like there's traditions that continue on and stuff, and so that dig's interesting to me with this Roman villa with all these like Romano-British finds. But also there's something in Norwich Castle. Norwich Castle has an exhibit. It has a lot of exhibits. It has a lot of stuff that they show. But one exhibit in particular is this scrimshaw. Everybody know what scrimshaw is? Bone carving, right? This box that is made of scrimshawed panels, so bone panels that have been carved, and on it has it has carved depictions of Christ, Wayland the Smith, and Romulus and Remus. and this is dated from just after the exit of the Roman Empire from Britain. And I just think this huge like crossover of cultures. Like when people learn about history, they're like, I want to learn about the Romans, I want to learn about the Anglo-Saxons, I want to learn about the Egyptians. And there's no talk about how these cultures like merged and separated and like interacted with each other. And I just find those kinds of artifacts I find really, really interesting because they tell that story. Anyway, I'm geeking out. I'm sorry. I'll shut up now. But I
If
thought
Joe
maybe
Rogan were to
some of you
find
would
that,
find that interesting.
if Joe Rogan were to find that villa, he would conclude that our perception of time is all wrong. How could a post-Roman fucking villa contain, or a Roman villa contain post-Roman artifacts and shit?
Yeah. I just but I do find that interesting. I hate how people think about history. I had a whinge earlier. I've probably done it with you guys before anyway. I was talking to Kevin Logan about the Venus of Willendorf, right? And also other artifacts that we find. The Venus of Willendorf is like this little statue of this fat woman with big titties and a huge ass, right? And the main prevailing theory for the longest time about the Venus of Willendorf is that it's some kind of fertility statue or fertility artifact, right? That it was a goddess that was worshipped or a symbol of fertility. And the thing that fucks me off about history up until very, very recently, I'm talking like the last 10, maybe 15 years, right, is that whenever we found something like this, whenever we found like a dick statue or some drawings of a dick or a statue of a pretty woman, right, like it's always like, oh, this must have been used for ritual purposes, or this is a way to worship fertility or whatever. And it completely ignores the fact that since time immemorial, men have loved drawing dicks. They draw dicks on everything, right? There doesn't have to be a fucking ritual purpose for it. Men don't need a ritual purpose to carve a fucking a hot chick, right? Or a chick that they perceive as hot, a girl with big titties, right? They don't need a fucking excuse for that. They don't need religion for that. And I just think it's very recently the Venus of Willendorf, they sort of analyzed the proportions and they were like, maybe this could even be a self-portrait. Like this might be what women carved this of themselves, because the proportions are a little bit odd. I don't know what that means. Her breasts are kind of maybe saggy, but that seems reasonable if she was large and didn't have a bra, right? But whatever. The argument is that these proportions look somewhat like what it might look like if a woman was like looking down at herself, right? With the argument that maybe in the Paleolithic period there wasn't an easy way to look in some kind of mirrored surface, which I again discount completely, right? Because we found like polished surfaces that were clearly used as mirrors.
Water.
People can see their reflection in water. Yeah, exactly. Right. And so it's really, really annoying to me, actually, that when people conceive of prehistoric or even just like medieval societies, they seem to think that people are so fucking backwards that they wouldn't be able to like find their own reflection, right? Like it drives me fucking insane sometimes, but this is how history was like up until extremely recently. It's like, you know, past the great man period in the sort of like 1900s, and then we just have all this shit and it's really annoying.
Well, yeah,
Anyway,
that's what I was kind of getting at, is that we can organically get down to like all the ideas and where they came from, what started doing, like these things have been around forever, yet there's nothing you can say organically beyond we just think there's something bigger than us out there. There's no way to like quantify it, give it properties that you can demonstrate. Like these are the issues. Like you can say God is whatever, you can say any of these things are whatever, but you can't demonstrate the properties of whatever it is.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, that was a long ramble.
And I
guess
forget
it is
what
something I'm passionate about.
like the whole idea that the Christian God is like all loving, all omnipotent, been around forever. Like there's no way to like rectify these ideas against one another.
Oh well, that's the problem of evil, isn't it?
Mhm. So if you were
Yeah.
to say that God has those properties, you definitely can't demonstrate it, and it defeats itself.
You know what's really annoying? You said we were going to be talking about LGBT stuff, which meant to me that he was going to be talking about trans shit a lot. So like, I had a bunch of tabs open with like previous fucking studies and all sorts of shit. I was just like, you know, I just need to have these available so that I can refer back to them if I need to.
Well, he wants
But,
to say
like,
that the LGBT. Well, he kind of got there, but like, you guys ended up far afield because he has squirrel brain, and so he was saying that the LGBTQ agenda is anti-Christianity, and that was like the brass tacks of it.
Well, he just said that
Clearly haven't read
acceptance of
Andrew
gay,
Wilson's book.
just a general acceptance of gay people and the existence of gay people is anti-gay propaganda. That seemed to be his argument.
But he'll
which is-
say that they're fine with them being gay.
Sorry,
but
anti-Christian
just
propaganda.
the idea
Yeah,
that
yeah.
they're pushing their agenda or actually practicing gay is the problem.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure his argument was just that like being gay is anti-Christian propaganda. Like, I don't know.
He
I
changes his
didn't.
argument by the
I
minute,
couldn't
so-
manage to get enough of a clarification on that because we just went down so far, so many rabbit holes.
I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, you can't nail him down because he's going to like bounce around to other things and there's going to be something he doesn't understand. You're going to end up in the weeds about the one thing he doesn't understand. You'll explain it to him and it'll become something stupid.
Like water off.
That was so wild to me. Like, what don't you understand about this lack of like? There is no contradiction here. Like, explain to me the contradiction. Explain to me my argument. Like, and he just couldn't do it. Like,
because I forget who was in the room with him, but we started talking about evolution. Oh, Ancom was in the room. Ancom is very good at explaining what evolution is. He got into the whole micro macro evolution. Ancom explained to him why it's a misnomer. He's like, I understand evolution. Apparently you don't if you said the thing that you just said. And so that's pretty much what you're going to get into. So
I think like Joe is one of those cases. It's just not even like, oh, I found God. I had like this big moment in my life that brought me to light that, oh, God is real or some shit like that, right? Like we can choose not to believe it, but at least I give that a little more sympathy. I think this dude is just like, I literally cannot understand anything that went on in school. Science is beyond me. You know what? God is real. That shut the whole room up. Yeah.
I mean,
oh yeah.
It wasn't going to take anything because, like, at the end of the day, there are things he does not like, and those things he does not like.
I mean, it sounds about right.
Are
Yeah.
explained by his belief system. So therefore, his belief system must be correct if these things are what he believes are negative to society.
yeah, well, I think he's a negative to society.
I mean, at the end of the day. So I try to argue
It's like
against
when-
something like that is a waste of time.
I love when people say that I'm against like all these trans people, all they want to do is like they're just attention seeking teens and whatnot. And I'm like, the best way, if they're all attention seekers, the best way not to give them attention, become accepted. Like accept them in
Yeah, yeah,
society.
just be like,
don't
yeah,
give them
okay.
don't give them attention.
Trans, fine. Yeah, if that's what you really think, do that. We would hate that. We would hate that so much.
Yeah, Moon's saying the exact same thing. I think Joe's beliefs are purely political.
said-
They are confident beliefs to justify his bigotry. If science could do that, he'd just use science, and he can't. I mean,
He can't
science
even
could
use
if he twisted it, but he doesn't understand science well enough to do it, so. He'd still be just as wrong.
I don't know though. I had fun. It's been a while since I've had that kind of debate. If I did it
I
all the
had
time,
tons of
again,
fun
it
when
would
Joe was
probably be
around,
boring,
but the fucker had to post anti-Semitic shit.
I mean, I said we're not doing that shit, and he did it within about 10 seconds of opening the conversation. He was like, "Oh, you mentioned pedophiles. Have you heard about the Jews? Like, what are you on about, dude? Like, can
I
you
mean,
not?"
like quite literally, I had made this. I had made this argument before. There's only two things that his arguments boiled down to. One, if it's good, it's because of Christian influences on society, and if it's bad, it's the Jews. And that's literally it. It doesn't matter what it is. It'll always boil down to those two things.
Yeah. I don't know. I like that he got so fucking confused that basically all he could do was like giggle inanely. That was pretty funny.
Well, that's because he thought you were confused because he didn't understand your argument, and he thought he had
Yeah.
won.
Yeah.
That's
It was
another one
funny.
that happens pretty often, is the individual thinks they've won when they've said nothing.
Yeah, the Dunning-Kruger candidate.
Just say something and they say, "Do you hear what you're saying? Like, don't you see the contradiction in that?" And just keep Just keep
Yeah,
like
and then you
one
go, okay,
version
what
of
is the
that.
contradiction? And they're like,
Like, oh, the fact that you can't see it yourself proves
Okay.
you're retarded and shit.
Okay, sure, but we're sitting on a stream in front of like other people, so you might want to explain it for them. Like, I don't know. If you want to be perceived as winning, I don't know who the fuck wins in a conversation like that. I don't feel like I won. Like,
Technically,
I
we
just-
all
I-
lost.
I guess if winning means like I had fun and like showed the guy to be a fucking moron, then I guess I won. But like mostly it was for my own edification. But like, yeah, I don't know. If you think I just don't. I forgot what I was saying. My brain is.
I
mush.
know.
I'm
I
so-
know the feeling though.
I don't know.
I do want to have
Hi,
a brief
Can
tangent
you
on
move
that
to the UK?
monkey story.
Can you move to the UK and start fucking streaming at normal times, you in pleb? Thank you.
I mean, if you have like area I can live in, and I'll just set up. You just let me know. I'll get a ticket. Oh, and you also need to support my citizenship when I
The
get
ends. You live in. You must live in the ends.
Yeah, we'll do. I'll marry you for the green card. Fine.
there. Let's go.
Why not?
Green card marriage. Let's get it.
Yeah. Fuck, as
Let's
long as
live
I
in-
can still
Better
date
than what
and
Zephyr
fuck
was
up-
gonna do for me. Jeez.
That's a
Was
purely
Zephyr
platonic
gonna marry you
marriage,
for a
okay?
green card?
I'm not fucking marrying Zephyr. Fuck that shit.
Wow.
No, I think Zephyr said he was going to call and get him deported, but I'm not sure.
Brown phobic.
I'm not taking your
Oh,
last
he said he was
name
going to
either.
deport it back to South Central.
I'm not taking your last name either, Kai. I don't even know what it is. But
I don't want my last
like
name either.
mine.
Can I have yours?
Sure, yeah, you can be.
You can be Mr. Wolf.
Mr. Wolf.
Moon, you're gonna be. Leafy's gonna be eating Brickle Brockle before GTA 6. I quit. I still don't know what Brickle Brackle is. Grump, I'll have none of
Maybe
that.
just learn the words "oi, bruv."
Oi, nobody says that, bruv. Look, oi is a great fucking word, okay? Classic of the punk genre. Can't go wrong with a little oi. Bruv, a very specific kind of person says that.
Okay, yeah. Now you can call it roadman. Person who stays on the road is a roadman.
That's not what a roadman means.
It's the modern version of a highwayman, right?
I guess it's a gangster, mate.
Yeah.
That's what they think they are.
That's
You a
just evil,
roadman.
Moon.
Yeah. Someone says they're a roadman. They're either bluffing or gonna stab you. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
There's
it.
no in between.
Yeah. They're either talking out their ass or they're gonna fucking stab you. Like, just, yeah. You want to stay away from roadmen. Roadmen.
You want to stay with the
roadmen are-
mandem, but stay away from the roadman.
You want to stay with a man dem and a gal dem, but stay away from the roadmen. Rasclat. Them boys is them boys get you bust up in it. Boy get wet. Boy get wet talking like that.
I swear, British
Right.
slang kills me.
Yeah, it's like it's really weird because like when I was growing up, like there were all these kids who like did this shit. Like we used to call it Jafakin, right? But like it is true that there was like a big sort of like Caribbean and Jamaican influence in the in London.
In the end.
In the ends, yeah, up in the ends in it. And so now we do have what I would view as more of a like a more legitimate, right? Because the kids I grew up with were like faking it and shit, right? But like we do have like a legitimate subculture and like a legitimate kind of sub group of people who just like fucking grew up with this combination of like Cockney and Jamaican patois that they just use now, which is I don't know, I think it's interesting. I think it's kind of cool in a way, like seeing this mixture of cultures and so on, you know. Yeah,
It always threw me off, but I
but
appreciate it.
it's mostly
Oh hell no, that's just the
associated
best,
with
dude.
poverty and
All I
crime,
can say is
unfortunately. But,
Gary
yeah.
Oldman, True Crimes. That was the best fucking one there ever was, with one fucking white eye and the two and the dreadlocks. That was the best
Oh
one ever.
fucking Theo! When you hear Chet Hanks doing the fucking Jamaican patois though, that shit's cringe. Okay, that shit's insanely cringe.
Also, the Scouts are the worst. So if you have a choice between the Scouts and the Roadmen, choose the Roadmen.
The Scousers. I don't mind a bit of Scouse. That's all right. Honestly, like Liverpool is one of the most based fucking cities in the country because they basically they boycotted the Sun completely.
No. You're
what?
I mean, if you're deaf, if you're deaf, then I can see if
Not the
Sun.
Not the actual Sun, the newspaper, the Sun.
Yeah, the newspaper.
I thought you were calling them white. I'm like, what?
They are pretty white, actually. Scousers do tend to be pretty white, but like,
Dude,
no. We
there's
had this.
nothing funnier than watching a black man talk in a Scouse accent.
Do you know about the Hillsborough disaster, Lethe?
No, please educate me.
1985.
Hillsborough. The Hillsborough disaster at the football stadium
in Sheffield.
at Hillsborough, there was a crowd crush and the stands collapsed. Was there a fire as well? I think it was a fire that caused the crowd crush and then the stands collapsed.
Jeez.
Something like that. It was fucked, right? A whole bunch of people died. It was bad.
To be precise.
But the newspapers, some of the newspapers, and particularly the Sun, started publishing all these like fucking horrific lies about what had gone on, right? They said that like football hooligans had been like pissing on the dead and all sorts of shit like that, right? Like horrible shit. So yeah, basically the entire fucking city of Liverpool has maintained this boycott. They don't even sell the Sun in Liverpool.
Damn.
And the Sun is not a small tabloid. Like it's an incredibly popular newspaper here in the UK.
Is it still the number one?
Pretty based. What, the Sun? I don't know if it's the number one selling. It's probably the Daily Mail or some shit now. But
I think Sun was number one for a while.
Liverpool said
when I was growing up.
Let's have a look. Top selling newspapers UK. Let's circulation. Let's go. Fuck me. Daily newspapers. So, why are these stats so fucking weird? Okay, so yeah, it seems to go something along the lines of Metro, Daily Mail, Evening Standard, Mirror, Express, Star. Where the fuck is the Sun? Oh, that's because the Sun has no figures since 2020 on this. Yeah, no, the Sun was selling 1.2 million in 2020. Metro was 1.4. Daily Mail was 1.1. So, but it's among the top three selling newspapers in the UK, basically. And the whole city of Liverpool has boycotted it for like fucking 40, 50 years, which is nuts. Yeah.
To be fair, there's like Liverpool has like fans have been known to hooliganize a lot of shit. Like their fans died in the 1986, I want to say, Champions League game against Juventus. The Hillsborough disaster. To be fair, they were the victim during the Hillsborough disaster. I think some shit happened even before then.
89, 97
89.
deaths. Yeah.
I thought they were 96. Why do Liverpool fans keep saying 96 then? If they were
But this was
then.
so the stadium's in Yorkshire, right? But but Liverpool were playing Nottingham Forest, so the Sun reported a load of horrible shit about the Liverpool fans.
Maybe out of the
was
97,
untrue.
96 were Liverpool fans. That's why they only count 96.
Yeah. Cause overcrowding. Maybe there wasn't a fire. I thought there was a fire, but yeah, some of the stands collapsed and there was a horrible crowd crash. Yeah.
So essentially, one stand collapsed on top of the crowd. People got really crushed.
Mm.
That sounds horrendous.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to put some respect on Liverpool's name.
No.
Yeah, for real.
Oh, okay,
like,
Liverpool, the city. Okay, sure.
Liverpool are actually pretty fucking progressive for the north of England. They're great. It's a great city. It was voted. What was it? It won the award for being like city of culture a few years back. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff to see and do in Liverpool, and there are a lot of cool people that come from Liverpool. And I will not have this classism, borderline racism, right? Shitting on Scousers for their accents.
I'm telling you, yes.
I'm fucking telling you.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
None of that.
Sadio Mane.
You gotta fucking come up here. Fucking tell me. No, for real though, like there's a lot of classism in the UK, and there's a lot of bigotry towards like northerners in the same way that you guys have like bigotry towards southerners, right?
Yeah, but we have a really good reason.
Yeah.
You've got decent reasons, but there's also a lot of fucking
No, so
progressive
Northerners
out
are more
there.
like the working class. They're not equivalent to the
Um,
Southerners. They're more like the working class, like the Rust Belt.
Yeah, sure. But I know that it's not an exact comparison. I'm just trying to like, say it in a way that Americans might understand. Basically, the further away you get from London, the more likely people in the southeast are to be bigoted towards you.
How about you just say city folk and flyover people?
Well, I mean, Liverpool's a huge fucking city, and Manchester is a huge fucking
but
city.
what I'm saying is that's what hits better because like the urban areas and then flyover country.
Oh, in the United
They're
States,
urban.
yeah.
They're urban, but they just want to.
But it's not.
Preserve
But it's not
their
an
culture,
urban.
I guess.
Yeah, it's not an urban-rural divide. It's more
Right,
of a.
but
yeah.
the divide that you have is similar to our urban-rural divide.
Yeah. But I mean, it's just straight classism, basically, right? And it's classism and a little bit of. I don't know what to call it because it's inside your country, but it kind of presents in a similar fashion to like xenophobia and racism, where it's like, these people kind of talk a bit funny, they have weird foods, all that sort of stuff. Yeah.
They try to lynch people.
Like,
they try to uprise against the country itself. Things like that.
Hey, all I'm gonna say is there's a lot of people that have weird, strange food, and it don't matter where you come from. Like, no one would consider Colorado the South, but they have Rocky Mountain oysters there.
I love me a Rocky Mountain oyster. Shit's gorge.
Nah, ain't no way.
I'll chomp those motherfuckers down, no problem. Yeah. No, I don't have a problem with like most weird foods. Like I'll try pretty much anything once, and if it tastes good and doesn't make me ill, I'll eat it again.
Same here.
That's my general sort of rule with food. I tell you what, I had one time. I had this tuna eye noodle soup in Japan.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that shit was fucking rancid. The meat around the eye is lovely, but the actual eye, like, I am not a fan of eating eyes. I've tried a few different eyes. I've tried tuna eye. I've tried goat eye. I've tried cow eye, and all of them have been
Have you tried why man?
Texture. I'm not a fan.
I would say where probably some of the strangest things I've eaten is like fried locusts. Fried locusts actually not that bad, but
Nothing
like
fried
bee
is bad.
larva, I'll pass on that.
Fried is bad.
I had that shit in Texas. I had what was it? It was fried locusts, ant mash, and then dessert was fucking bumblebee ice cream, and a chocolate covered scorpion. Yeah, which was it was the wildest meal. I just went there because we thought it would be fun. I was still quite young. My parents took us there. And my mum didn't eat any of that shit. Neither did my dad. But I wanted to try a bit of everything.
Tons of respect for that.
I mean, I will say ant mash actually a pretty good idea. Not gonna lie. Like if you ate ants on their own, it'd be kind of gross. But like when you put them in mashed potato, like ants have this kind of like zingy acid taste to them that just it works really, really well with mashed potato. Actually, I still remember how it was because you'd eat the mash, you get the nice creamy mash, and every once in a while you get like a little zing. It was like similar to like if you put onions or something in your mashed potato, you know.
I don't think the taste would be the main problem eating ant mash. I think it'll be like the thought and the sight of an ant in your potato mash. I think that would.
I mean, who gives a shit? They're tiny. It's much worse eating locusts because then you have to like crunch through the legs and shit, and the legs.
You got to
like,
pull them out of your teeth, like pick them out of your teeth.
No,
That's the worst part.
I didn't hate the taste, but I'm not a fan.
Picking the teeth.
I know you're not a fan. I know you're a person.
Yeah.
Picking the legs.
Like,
out
they
of
don't
your
really
teeth.
taste. They don't really taste of much at all. They just taste of whatever the fuck seasons it, I guess. But
yeah,
a
little bit of a crunch. They're pretty good.
It's not super present. Just sort of kind of crunchy, but in a not nice way. Crunchy in a like like a really thick apple skin. Like they've kind of got that thing going on. I don't know how to put it. You know what I mean, though. It's like crunchy and bendy at the same time.
know.
Yeah.
Wait, the crunchy part of the apple is not the skin. It's the actual apple.
No, I know, but I'm saying whatever. Eat shit. Chocolate covered scorpion, that was fucking disgusting. I don't know why the fuck scorpions taste fishy, but they do.
I like fish.
Yeah. Bumblebee ice cream was nice. I couldn't really taste anything of the bumblebee. It was mostly just honey and honeycomb, which was lovely. Yeah, I've had crocodile. I've eaten a whole bunch of different testicles. We were talking about prairie oysters earlier. Or Rocky Mountain oysters.
Rocky Mountain oysters.
Not prairie
Scorpions
oysters.
or land lobsters. That makes sense.
Scorpions are land lobsters.
Are we just gonna blow over Viv saying she's eaten a lot of testicles?
Yeah. I've eaten a lot of balls. I've eaten bulls' testicles aplenty. What other kind of testicles have I had? I can't remember. I just if there's a testicle,
just makes me uncomfortable all the way around, and because I'm uncomfortable, it should be outlawed.
Chip, that's not how this works.
Testicles are great. They are actually creamy. Like
God,
yeah, they're amazing. Yeah, just like the tenderest meat, like butter. It's like pate if it was pre-made and pre-cooked, you know. So good, so soft.
What did I do to you today? Well, okay, I do know what I did to you today, Viv, and I apologize. Please stop.
You're right there, Dusty.
Yeah, I didn't realize this. I'm gonna have to go back and watch the VOD now.
Oh no!
Of which VOD?
Of the
Oh, what?
conversation with Joe.
Me fucking talking with Joe.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus!
I'm still working on a script from the last one. What's up?
Trivia night when?
Trivia night when I'm no longer on probation.
What? You can just do your own trivia night.
Yeah, I'm saying when I'm not on probation.
Okay.
Why are you on probation?
Because I got a new job.
Oh, okay.
Oh, like job probation,
Yeah,
not
what-
fucking.
What does
legal
probation have to do with trivia nights?
I was like worried for a second there. I was like, what the fuck did Kai do? How's he getting in trouble?
Yeah, no, because I don't get telework and like other things until probation ends. So it's harder to wake up in the morning if I was going to do trivia night.
Okay.
Damn, that's cringe. Yeah. Trivia nights are hard online because you have to operate purely on trust that nobody's fucking Googling it immediately. You can't do it like a pub quiz. Where you're just like, right, everybody puts their phones away. You know.
But last time it was pretty good because like you could tell by the speed of the answers that. So you kind of have to find that balance.
That's usually how you tell if people are cheating or not, is how fast they answer. Because whoever answers first gets the points for it. So that's how it tends to work when we do online trivia things.
I mean, I'd be fine operating on trust, to be honest. Like, fuck it, if you want to cheat at something dumb as that, then...
I mean, it's not like anybody wins anything beyond, having the
Hopefully,
most points at the end of the night.
Yeah, but people will, People fucking will. Fucking people. God, I hate people.
That seems to be the moral of the story for this evening.
The key is to throw in enough wrong answers to shake suspicion off of you.
Oh, there goes.
But enough right answers to still win.
Okay, guys, I gotta finish making dinner for my wife. Aloha, guys. I'll check on my.
Take care.
Have fun.
Yeah, it's probably about time I raid out anyway. It has been fun.
Wait, before you go, okay, look, you
Not
gotta
going
play...
anywhere. I was just gonna raid, but what's up?
No. I mean, I got something. You gotta show your audience. Okay. Cool. I got something amazing.
Some bull testicles.
Brilliant. You can use this to play
that'll
yourself
get us
out.
banned
I reckon.
if shows with testicles.
What we got?
Where the fuck did I put this? Oh wait, no, I know where I put it. Okay, Kai, I'm gonna DM you.
We've got a bowl of bull testicles right now. Dinner dish.
I wanna.
It's just so damn creamy, Rich.
Reactions.
If I see you in person again, Zupper.
Keep in mind, Lethe has been this close to buying a plane ticket just to fight somebody.
Yeah, that almost happened.
Yeah.
This one? It's this one. There you go.
Peace out, Grump. You're not gonna get that. You're Esper, if anything.
There you go, Kai.
You should have flown down to Texas to go pick up my puppy.
What is this thing? How do I show it in the Discord?
Oh, you can just stream our DMs. I give you permission. We don't have anything fucking personal in there.
Okay. Well, I think I should be able to show the thing in itself. I was just trying to... Let me see... There it goes. So whatever this thing is, we're gonna see it.
He gave us cars that drive so fast. Made rockets built to blast. Oh,
The Elon song.
Elon.
Wait, have you seen this already?
I mean, I already knew what it was as soon as I saw her standing on a Tesla.
Took over Twitter
It's so good, dude. And by so good, I mean it's awful.
saved free speech for all. Eliminating
I love bad conservative music.
Oh, they're serious. Oh shit.
Of course.
SpaceX flies. Tesla self-drive. Starlink beams with laser dreams.
With laser dreams.
He's got a
I am gonna laugh if there's this huge reversal on people like taking and like conservatives now all buying EVs, and
I mean,
if there's like this huge reversal because of that. No, but I'm just saying, like, if everybody was all about like gasoline and gas driven vehicles, everyone just be like, nope, we all got to buy EVs now. I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
She's wearing a Doge Father t-shirt.
I am pretty sure that this is just AI generated. I don't think that this. I don't think this is real. I mean, I
They
think
might
the
as well
woman's
be.
real, but like, I'm pretty sure the song is just AI generated.
Well, it's made by a robot one way or another.
Politics, he's not afraid. He won't just sit and watch.
Yeah, unfortunately, my Discord streaming is like super slow. But that just makes it all the more painful as it was intended to be. That looked AI generated.
That looks AI generated. I was talking about Elon Musk himself.
For sure.
Our worldview is AI generated.
So we had a talk about like names you aren't allowed to name children by law. I would think X should have been on that list, but it's not. That should be a crime. He can't dance, he can't jump properly, and I'm not sure he can swim. Oh, jeez. Cursed images.
Thank God I'm not watching.
So here's to you. Our tech tycoon.
Don't worry, chat. I'll post it. I'll post it in Leafy's Discord so that you can all enjoy it by yourselves as well. Okay?
Yeah, with no stops or breaks.
I will put it. I'll put it in. I'll put it in general.
This is that for sure is AI generated.
I just mean the song. Like, the song is definitely AI generated. I think an AI wrote this song, and I think an AI might be performing this song.
That's entirely possible. I just know a lot of the images for sure are AI generated. Ooh, that's brutal. Yeah, I don't wish that on anyone. Okay, well, it'll be in the Discord if you want to check it out later.
There you go, I linked to it.
Even better.
I linked to it in your Discord. There you go.
Alright, so let's raid into... Let's raid Kid. Been a blast, y'all. As
All your
always,
viewers gonna leave.
Chat is the winner. Appreciate y'all. Catch you next week. With
Are they though? What about me?
What?
I'm the winner.
No, not the winner.